Those in person and for those watching us live streaming. I'm hearing an echo. Okay. I will ask our board secretary, Letitia, to establish a quorum for the record.
Thank you. Member Benitez?
Present.
President Craighead?
Here.
Member Lopez?
Present.
Member Miller?
Here.
And Member Otto?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
The voice of God.
Thank you. Yeah, we're high tech tonight. So now I will ask our student board representative to lead us in the pledge.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
For those of you present in the room, the board appreciates and supports community input at our meetings. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matters on the agenda and matters not on the agenda. For those who have not already submitted a request, we have provided forms here by where the board secretary is sitting. If you wish to speak during the meeting, please fill out a form indicating your name and the agenda item you wish to address. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's agenda. The board took action on the following items. Regarding item 4.1, confidential student matters, pursuant to California Education Code 35146, the board voted to expel a student, ID number 8733, in compliance with Education Code sections 48915C3, with the recommendation that the student be considered for a suspended expulsion with an opportunity to attend another school within the district. The student will not be eligible to apply for readmission until after January 26, 2024. The vote was 4-0 with Mr. Otto abstaining. In item 4.4, the board voted 4-0 with Mr. Otto absent to approve certain administrative appointments. I will now turn it over to Mr. Moskowitz to begin the announcements of names and positions.
Thank you, President Craighead. So at the early learning and elementary schools level, we are proud to bring Irma Fuentes, a new hire, in as mentoring supervisor at EduCare, and Damon Jesperson, principal at Whittier, to director in the early learning and elementary schools office.
I'd also like to announce Lisa Ulmer from teacher on special assignment to program administrator K-12 sports coordination.
Good evening, board members, board president. I'd like to present Erica Sarabia, administrative assistant to program administrator of special education teaching and learning. And then I'll also like to present Mrs. Susana Cortez, a program specialist to assistant director of social work.
Good evening. Martha Alba Gonzalez, teacher on special assignment in OCIPD to program specialist, dual language. Wendy Englert, teacher on special assignment, OCIPD to program specialist, secondary math. That's our secondary math curriculum leader. And Kimberly Irons, program facilitator in OCIPD to program specialist for college and career readiness and financial literacy. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Baker, who has some additional announcements.
Thank you. One additional assignment, Maynard Montiel from Assistant Director to Social Worker in the Office of School Support Services. And then for those assignments that did not require board action and essentially are transfer in their assignments, those are being posted at this moment on the front page of our webpage under news, and the public and employees will be able to download a tracker that displays the current up-to-date assignments, and it will be updated with each board action. In the next meeting, for those who may be wondering or who have seen that their principal has now been reassigned, our next meeting will include the replacement, in this case, of Mr. Jesperson, as well as we know Mr. Wood was also previously promoted or reassigned to our outdoor education program. The next meeting will include most of the school administration moves, and that again will be posted immediately following action. An announcement and an open session will be posted on the front page of our website.
Thank you. And do we have anybody in the audience that were just mentioned, that we mentioned? No? Well, then they must be watching at home. In that case, congratulations, everyone. Okay. We're at adoption of the agenda. Mr. Miller, did you have a change?
Yes, I did. Due to a potential conflict of interest regarding income/reimbursement agreement on consent calendar A, item 14.8, I would like to have 14.8 move to consent calendar B as item 15.2.
Are there any other changes or additions with the agenda? In which case, we need a motion.
We'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? We will have a roll call vote. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that passes 5-0 with no abstentions or, oh, sorry. Oh, I can do that. So we will move item 14.8 to the consent calendar B. And next on the agenda, we have our student representative. So is Nia Bell here from Jordan? Looks like Nia's here. Nia, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Baker, board members, and staff. My name is Nia Bell, and I am here representing Jordan High School ASB and leadership. Jordan has so many great things happening. Academically, we now have 3 pathways with successful advisory boards, and 2 pathways are applying for a silver certification this year. Excuse me. We had a really good turnout for open house. Each pathway had a showcase and gave the underclassmen various awards. Our families loved the opportunity to celebrate their students and see the output of our great program. We have been really working hard at J-Town to rebuild the students' sense of belonging. Guest speaker Kickbush came to Jordan twice, once during Hispanic Heritage Month and again in March. Many Panthers related to her upbringing and connected to the topic she spoke about. The club is her club, The Journey to the Future, a roadmap to success for youth that she wrote, is off to a great start and just one example for things we are doing to assure everyone at Jordan has a way to feel connected. Over the spring break, 20 more students were able to tour the HBCUs and other out-of-state universities. They went to 10 schools across Texas and Louisiana. I am very passionate about this topic because I had the chance to experience last year's trip, which helped me make my decision to attend the HBCU. I am excited to share that I will be attending Morgan State University in the fall for the nursing program. Some of our other classmates from last year's trip will be going to Alabama A&M, Texas Southern, and Fort Valley State, which we visited last year. This was such an invaluable experience for so many of us. Our athletic programs are on fire this year. As many of you know, we are CIF champions in boys basketball. This phenomenal team, led by Coach Chris Francis, won Moore League, CIF, and continued deep into the state tournament. Our girls basketball team and boys volleyball team made the playoffs for the first time in many years. And our track program, after winning CIF last year, placed second in Moore League in the CIF Southern section this season. Coach Moore sent 20 student athletes to compete in the finals last week. Lastly, as many of you know, our school has been under massive construction. I personally watched the school physically and socially change in my time at Jordan. Next fall, all academic school classrooms will be completed and the new quad and eating area with shade will be available for students. The final phase, including PE and athletics construction, will begin next spring. I am so excited to have this experience, and thank you all for allowing me to share some of my school's success. Thank you.
Nia, thank you for being here and sharing. That's okay. And sharing news about your school. You obviously take a lot of pride in Jordan and your future, which is good. That is very good news for us. Colleagues, any questions? Or Mr. Miller?
Yes, so two things. One, congratulations. You said Morgan State, right?
Yes, Morgan State.
Yes, there we go. Congrats.
Thank you.
You said you were going into the nursing program?
Yes.
What sparked your interest about the nursing program? I'm just curious.
I wanted to be a nurse, a registered nurse, since I was young. I am very passionate about helping others, which will also give me a reward to be able to impact their lives. And I'm excited for the new journey.
Well, you hit it right on the nose. I know it's starting to get a little old here, but I'll continue to tell students, when you graduate from the district, I hope that you can do more than just find a good job. I think that our existence here on earth has to be bigger than that. And so I tell people every time, don't just make a dollar, make a difference. All right? So
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I do want to just say something. Thank you for your report. There's a lot of great things happening at Jordan, and just very excited to hear that you and other students are moving forward with college. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And are there special people in the audience you'd like to acknowledge?
Ms. Keisha Irving, my principal. Miss Irving knows my family personally, and she's made an impact in making me feel welcome her time here.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Thank you.
Well, we thank you for being here. You're free to spend the evening with us or celebrate.
Thank you.
Oh, a photo. Oh, before you go, we're going to do a photo. So come on up here. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have recognitions and acknowledgements, and we're going to start with retirees, and we're going to do it a little bit differently tonight. So I'm going to call up the retirees one at a time. You're going to have an opportunity to, well, I'll read a little bit about your career. You'll have an opportunity to speak at the microphone. We'll hear from 4 of our fabulous teachers, and then we'll have a short little break to take pictures and give us all an opportunity to shake your hands and congratulate you. So that's how we're going to do it tonight. So we will start with Tracy Davis. So I'm going to call Tracy Davis up. Yes. And Letitia has a certificate for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, you are celebrating 35 years of service with our district and retiring as a speech language pathologist at Cleveland Elementary School. And we praise you this evening for your passion for teaching and touching the lives of students who have special needs in a way that is a model for all educators. Planning thoroughly for instruction that is tailored to students' needs by using a variety of assessments and your extensive knowledge of speech development, and for being hardworking and dedicated and creating a warm and inviting classroom that nurtures positive relationships among the teacher, student, and the parents. So please accept the certificate for your 35 years of dedicated service to the Long Beach Unified School District and your lasting contributions to the lives of thousands of students.
I count myself a very fortunate woman because I've been allowed to do the one thing in my life that just has brought me so much joy. It has been a blast, a party, and I've learned so much. And I've enjoyed working for Long Beach because it's allowed me to stay close to home, and it's also allowed me to touch families and get to know them. And I always say that I'm a lucky woman because I've just been allowed to do speech the way I've wanted to do it. And so I appreciate the opportunity to have done it here in Long Beach. That's it.
Well, thank you. Okay, next I will ask Shelley Fernald. So, Ms. Fernald, you have 33 years of service with our district, retiring as a second grade teacher at Longfellow Elementary School. And we praise you tonight for being the epitome of an exemplary teacher who has an unwavering commitment to ensuring that all your students reach their personal best academically, socially, and emotionally. For closing the opportunity and achievement gaps in your classroom, as evidenced by numerous metrics, all which clearly illustrate that student achievement in your classroom is not contingent upon a child's zip code, ethnicity, culture, or race. For wholeheartedly embracing the role of mentor, trusted colleague, and inspirer of others in service to excellence and equity across the school campus. So please accept this certificate for your 33 years of dedicated service to the Long Beach Unified School District and your lasting contributions to the lives of thousands of students.
Thank you, Board, Dr. Baker, and Dr. Brown, for inviting us all here tonight. I am a product of Long Beach Unified School District, and it's exciting to have it come full circle for me. I'd like to start by thanking my sweet mom for knowing that teaching was my calling, even before I did. She's been my greatest supporter and always made sure that any of my students who needed a little something extra had it. Thank you to my husband and my son for all these years that they shared with my students and always understanding that I do what I do and why I do it. Alexander, I have learned so much from you, and I'm a better teacher for it. I've had incredible administrators who have encouraged me to do things that I never thought that I would do in my career. So many opportunities that made a significant difference in my experiences and opened doors that I may not have known existed, all with their encouragement. I am beyond lucky to have worked with the best of the best, my friends and coworkers. Thank you for sharing your collaboration, your support, being the voice of reason and encouragement. Thank you to the amazing families who trusted me with their most prized possessions. Most of all, I'd like to thank my students. You remind me how lucky we are to get to do this job. You inspire me to never be complacent and to push myself always to be the best I could be for you. Every one of you has a special place in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will ask Joy Montague, and you can also help me pronounce that last name. Montague. Joy Montague.
Thank you for inviting me here tonight. I just wrote a small little speech, and I wanted to, because I was told that there's 3-minute time, so I wanted to make sure that I use those 3 minutes wisely. So I wanted to make sure I don't forget anybody either, because so many of my colleagues, past and present, are here tonight to cheer me on. So it's hard to believe that my time at LBUSD has come to an end, and I'm nervous. I'm so sorry, and even though I have the words in front of me, and but not completely, because I did check that little box on the Google form that said that I could come back and be a sub. So I'm not completely gone, and so I look forward to doing that. And it has been a privilege to work alongside such dedicated and talented teachers and principals at McKinley, especially my 2nd and 3rd grade teams. I'd like to have a shout out to Julianne, Maribel, Cecilia, Kathy, Patsy, Carolyn, Liz, Janelle, and Gina. They will always be in my heart. 23 years ago, Pat Jernigan, my first principal at McKinley, hired me and told me that the 2nd grade team was amazing and that I would be a perfect fit for that team. And she was so right. They are more like family than coworkers, and I am so lucky to be able to call them friends. I am beyond grateful for all the teachers, principals, and staff. Thank you, Ms. Davis and Mrs. Aga. I have worked with over the years at McKinley, and I thank you so much for being a part of my journey.
Thank you. And thank you for your 23 years of service with the Long Beach Unified School District. As you mentioned, retiring as a 2nd grade teacher at McKinley. And we praise you tonight for your wisdom, kindness, patience, professionalism, integrity, and your passion for teaching. Being a kind and thoughtful colleague who is always ready and willing to collaborate. Being flexible and supportive to all the staff on campus. Creating a warm and welcoming environment where students feel valued. Your students say that they truly look forward to learning. So please accept the certificate for your 23 years of dedicated service to the Long Beach Unified School District and your lasting contributions to the lives of thousands of students. Thank you again. And then our next retiree that we'd like to honor is Mr. John Kane. So we are thanking you for 27 years of service with the Long Beach Unified School District, retiring as a special education teacher at Jordan High School, and in the past, you have served as department chair for special education and head football coach, among other assignments. And we praise you tonight for getting to know students individually and advocating for their support with colleagues, for being a skilled TALB representative who served teachers with sound reasoning and compassion, for creating and maintaining an effective learning environment by promoting social development and responsibility within a caring community where each student is treated fairly and respectfully. Please accept this certificate for your 27 years of dedicated service to the Long Beach Unified School District and your lasting contributions to the lives of thousands of students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's a couple of things that have changed in 27 years. I didn't need these 27 years ago. And I probably could have remembered most of this stuff too at that time. So I'm not a product of Long Beach. Actually, I moved here from New York over 30 years ago. So it's been quite the journey. I really enjoy the things that have happened here in Long Beach, and I appreciate you guys giving us the chance to come here and speak. Outside of the teaching part of it, the Long Beach Unified School District is providing and has provided a great education for my two sons. Their teachers have been amazing, and as well as their administrators at those sites. I couldn't say anything that's negative about any of them. They've been fantastic, and I really appreciate that. It says a lot about the people that are sitting up there. As you said, I was able to coach. That was great. Jay, sitting here in the front, was one of my advocates to get that job. But to be able to lead a bunch of young kids and watch them improve was something that I'll never forget. Over the years, I had a lot of chances to work with administrators. There's no chance that I'm going to be able to say everybody's name, but there's a few people in here who've done a lot for me. David's one of them. Jay, obviously Keisha, she's my principal right now. Steve Rockenbach, I don't know, does he not get to sit at the big boy table? There in the back over there. You're moving up, Steve. We'll get you up here eventually. Steve was unique with me because he was a counselor and assistant principal, and now he works down here, so I got a chance to work with him. I'm just going to say some names. You guys will just remember those names. Al Taylor, Gwen Mack, John Meyer, Greg Mendoza, Kelly Hurley, Lou Kearns, Ray Rodriguez, who's with me now, and obviously Keisha. All the special education aides that I had a chance to work with, all the nurses that I had a chance to work with, they were phenomenal people, and they were very good at their job. And obviously the secretaries. There's no school that runs without the secretaries. So anybody that's in here doesn't know that or knows a secretary, there is no school without a secretary. And they've been great. Marcus is outside. He was one of our CSAs. And Robert Jackson. Those guys, I can't say enough about them as people. They came to my wedding. They're great people, and they're great at their job. And then obviously you guys here and my colleagues, I can't say enough about what I've gotten from them. But the most important people in my life are sitting right here. My parents take care of my kid. Excuse me. They've been there for me since I was a little kid, and they're still doing the same stuff. My mom makes my kids' lunches every day. She doesn't make mine, but my dad still drives them to school every day. My mother-in-law, who couldn't make it tonight, without them, there is no me. It's very important. And obviously, my sons, Brennan's over there, B-Man, and JT right here. And there is no me without my wife. She's stood next to me. I'm far from perfect, and she stood by me the whole time. Thank you.
Maybe now that you're going to retire, your mom will make your lunches too. So we will take a brief recess, and I'm going to ask our retirees to come up, and we'll take pictures with all of you. And shake your hands. I appreciate everybody reminding me we're going to stand, we're going to have you come around and shake hands. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we need to check outside and see if somebody's got an extra air horn. I'm going to ask if they would like to stay for the meeting or celebrate, but they're just starting early on the celebrating part.
I bet you Jay can whistle. I know you can whistle, Jay.
Yeah. So we'll just give everybody a minute. So wonderful celebration tonight. Okay. So we're going to get back to the business of the meeting, but we're going to ease into it with a recognition, and we have a recognition of a student, a teacher. So we have continuing honoring our teachers. We have a video to watch featuring one of our teachers. So we will go to that.
My name is Pedro Valle Jr. I'm a first-year teacher at Washington Middle School. I teach college and career readiness for English learners, and the grade levels I teach are 6th, 7th, and 8th. My experience teaching at Washington Middle School has been a wonderful one. It's been great getting to know not just the students, but my fellow coworkers here. They're all very supportive. But speaking of the students, I can't say enough good things about them. It's a pleasure to work with them. They've taught me a lot, and they've made me a better teacher. Since a lot of them are learning English as a second language, I can connect with a lot of them by speaking in Spanish and speaking to their families in Spanish and getting to know them. I wanted to give kids the education that they deserve and just support them. Because I've had great teachers myself that pushed me, that I wouldn't have made it to where I am today without them, and I want to be that teacher for even more students and reach as many kids as possible. I feel very lucky. That sentence alone just sums it up for me. I'm happy to be a part of LBUSD. It's good to be here and I'm doing what I love.
Okay, it's always wonderful to get a little glimpse into the people that make everything work. Okay, next on the agenda we have public testimony. So we will start with items listed on the agenda. So first we have Sydney. And I think it's McCleaver.
Sydney McKeever, and I'm a senior in the PACE program at Poly High School. I'll be attending UPenn next year to study neuroscience and philosophy. These are two interests fostered by the PACE program at Poly. I would like to urge you to continue LBUSD's commitment to school of choice and not shrink PACE for the next generation of high schoolers. While there is a perception that PACE can be a hyper-competitive program, my own experience has shown that PACE is a supportive environment where students are exposed to a broad spectrum of opportunities for intellectual enrichment and are encouraged to follow their own individual curiosities. My experience in the PACE program reflects the passion of the educators at Poly and a focus on genuine intellectual curiosity. My interest in neuroscience has been cultivated not only by my lived experience, but my science classes as well as my discussion in my English classes about the interplay of the mind and literature. Further, my interest in philosophy has been cultivated by the English and history classes that are part of the core PACE curriculum. Discussions in Miss Beebe's junior year English class about books and philosophers ranging from Aristotle to Heidegger allowed me to explore my interest in the humanities and eventually add a philosophy major to my neuroscience major. The PACE program provided me with a supportive environment to explore subjects I find joy in learning about. I hope this supportive environment continues to be extended to the full breadth of students wishing to experience PACE. Further, PACE has provided me with many opportunities for enrichment outside the classroom. I'm the secretary of Model UN, the vice president of CSF, the co-founder of Polly's Cereal Club, part of the Polly Book Club, and a violist in Polly's Chamber Orchestra. Retaining a commitment to PACE allows Polly to continue to provide the environment that is needed to have these future students and these clubs flourish. Finally, I would like to briefly touch on the importance of reinstituting shadow days for 8th graders when they are set to select their school of choice. I shadowed a PACE student when I was in 8th grade, and I attended classes alongside her as she demonstrated to me that being a student in Poly PACE involved being an athlete, a musician, a writer, a mathematician, and simply a young student who enjoyed her time at school alongside her friends and peers. I was able to attend classes, including one taught by 2021 LBUSD Teacher of the Year, Ms. Scholl. In her class, I was able to hear students analyze transcendentalist poetry and speak with the confidence and verbiage of students farther senior. My shadow experience enabled me to choose the correct choice for me, which was Polly. My brother's shadow day experience was a little bit different. It enabled him to choose the correct choice for him, which was Wilson, where he participated in the WAVE program and graduated with a high school experience suited to his specific interests. These shadow days do not simply exist to bolster enrollment at certain programs, although Polly is in desperate need of the shadow program because there are many perceptions about Polly in the neighborhood it is in. However, in my experience, and in the experience of myriad other Polly, Wilson, and other Long Beach Unified School District students, shadow days have provided the opportunity to experience and then choose a school that best suits their interests. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we will go to items not listed on today's agenda, and I see we have quite a list, so I'm just going to remind everybody we have 3 minutes, and we will start with John Tran.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is John Tran. I've been a counselor here in your district for the last 15 years. I'm at Cabrillo right now. It's very nerve-wracking to be up here. It's very nerve-wracking, but you know what? If my student can be here and support me, Adriana, I'm going to support her, and I'm going to support the rest of my counselor friends that are outside. So I'm going to just start with, I probably should have written a nice speech for everybody since it is like this, but you know what? I've seen these board meetings, and I just want to speak from my heart, okay? So I'm going to tell you right now, I love my job. I love this. I love working with the students, helping them, watching them mature, grow up, get a good job, go to good college, certification, coming back. Thank you, Mr. Tran. It's the greatest feeling in the world. But I'm going to tell you right now, that's not the case right now. I got just too much on my plate right now, and I'm going to tell you that I can't help everybody because of all the things that I have to do, okay? And honestly, right now, from COVID, it really hurt a lot of our students, and they're not there. I can't be there for them every single day for everything that they need. It's just a lot. I don't know if you guys know. I know you guys hear this every single week. I've seen a couple of your board meetings, and this is probably the most anxiety, depression, socio-emotional issues we have ever seen. This year is sad for me because this is probably the worst, most non-grad seniors I'm going to have. And why is that? Because I'm not able to help them. A lot of my counselor friends aren't able to help them. I have a caseload of 400 students right now. My other colleagues, 500, 600, 1,000. Some people go to 3 different schools. How are you supposed to support these kids? We can't. And unfortunately, a lot of them won't be able to graduate. But I'm running around. I'm trying to help everybody. I'm doing the best I can. Okay? And every single year, we're always talking about this. You guys know about the ASCA national standards, right? 250 to 1. What do we do every single year? They're pleading to you. They're telling you all these things that they need to happen. You guys listen. I see you guys. You guys do listen. But the thing is that nothing changes. We still have high caseloads. We still have non-counseling duties. And I'm going to tell you right now, when I got this job, 2 pages were of all the things I'm supposed to be doing. Individual, academic, group, all these things. And at the bottom, it says non-counseling duties. Okay, and that's just gone too far, and you guys all need to understand that's what it is. Supervision, morning, nutrition, lunch, SBAC testing, right? That's not even counseling. I'm spending 3 or 4 weeks, people, 3 or 4 weeks, 4 or 5 hours a day. I just did 7 AP tests last week, in the last 2 weeks, and that's just too much. So I'm just asking you, I know you guys are looking at your budget. I need for you to really make some changes. And those changes are look at the budget, set money aside. We need more counselors. What do you hear outside? What do you hear? We need more counselors. What do we want? Counselors, what do you want? Now, because they're so sick and tired of you guys going and there's no change every year. Same caseload.
Thank you.
Same thing, you know? So thank you, everybody. I just want you to really understand. Please, I'm pleading with you. Really make a change for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Janice. Janice Suarez. Do we have Janice?
My name's Janice Suarez, and I have 2 granddaughters that are going to Riley Elementary. And it seems like this year we fall off the face of the map. We have a principal there that loves to sit in his office. Now they've got a coach for him. He doesn't do nothing either. We have so many children that are not being behaved the way they should. And it's not being looked at. Brian was at the school. We all had a meeting there. Kim was at the school. We had a meeting there. We're going to send you guys emails of what's going to happen. Nothing has happened yet. This principal has been the worst. My granddaughter, Haven Juarez, she goes to McBride to this day. She went to Riley. Everybody wanted to go to Riley Elementary because there was so much participation in the school. We all the families got along. We all did things together. But this principal is making it to where these kids can run the school themselves. He does nothing but sit on his duff in the office. Now, if he needs a coach to coach him through, why did they send him to our wonderful school? Our school has been wonderful over 11 years. And now I have a new granddaughter that's going to be starting elementary, kinder. And I am so scared because they don't discipline the kids. They have a kindergarten class that they have a boy that is so out of control that he's throwing things at other students. Is that the way it's going to be at Riley now? Because it seems like to me there has been nothing done about him. And he's still there. Can't we get rid of this guy? He was at another school. 15 teachers decide to leave because this man does nothing. He wants a vice principal. Why? So he can still sit on his duff and do nothing. What are you guys paying him for? To sit and a rec aide that has been there 11 years. 11 years. She is resigning because all they get to do is stand there and watch the kids go out of control. Out of control. Is that what you guys want for Long Beach Unified School District to have this? I don't understand, but hopefully you guys will be able to do something. Please get this principal out of our school.
Thank you. Next, we have Adriana.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. My name is Adriana Sosa, and as stated before, I'm a current senior at Cabrillo High School, a cellist in their orchestra program, a proud Hispanic American, and a part of the Great Academy Global Logistics. I have been blessed to be given the opportunity to come here today and speak about personal and others' experiences with the counselors at Cabrillo. I've been fortunate to have been put with my counselor, John Tran, and he has taught me many life lessons on how to pass class, how to succeed in life, and even lessons on how to take care of myself. He's always seen helping students around with college, schoolwork, and even just attending to regular counselor duties. However, it has become a struggle to keep in touch with counselors at Cabrillo due to other tasks that need to be fulfilled. Although I agree that keeping our campus safe is an important point, I strongly disagree with our counselors being put into these positions. A student is usually given their lunch or nutrition break to eat or relax with friends before heading to their next class. But sometimes these students may have to miss their lunch or their nutrition because they have to go almost on like a scavenger hunt to find their counselors in our big campuses. Sometimes even during these 30 or 15-minute periods, we cannot find them because of how little time there is and how fast it goes by. Although I agree that state exams can help students with better chances of getting into college, I strongly disagree that our counselors must be put into the position of sitting in a classroom for 4 hours, waiting to read the next set of instructions when they can be in their offices responding to students who are needing help. Not being able to contact your counselor becomes a stressful period of time because your questions may need to be answered in that time period. Speaking from personal experience, I too have struggled with going on these so-called scavenger hunts to talk to the person I'm meant to seek guidance from. I too have had to wait long hours to get an email back from someone who I could rely on to be there for me, to answer questions that could probably affect my future that I have before me. My counselor has helped me with numerous projects that I've been working towards. He has helped me get my financial aid and college applications done before the deadline because he has willingly come into classrooms to remind everyone to get it done. Although these events may sound exciting, I believe that I can say during times of stress and overwhelming matters, my counselor has been lacking recently during these times. When I needed a letter of recommendation, my counselor was able to get it to me about a week after I had asked for it, and I wasn't able to apply to a few of the scholarships I had listed. The day I needed to pick up my letter, he had to go into his office during supervision time, and it took me about 15 minutes to find him, and that was towards the end of my nutrition period. As someone who is speaking for Cabrillo, I am making the request that it could be made that counselors could be more available at favorable times and that it can satisfy the students and that their duties like supervision or testing could be put to a less demanding time, which will be not as demanding. Thank you for this opportunity and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Adriana. Next, we have Alejandra. Alejandra. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So I'm here to voice my concerns that I'm having in regards to the leadership at my daughter's school, Retiree Elementary. All year long, there has been a student that has shown behavior issues, and my daughter has been subject to violent abuse from this child twice, resulting in my husband having to file a police report last week. We don't feel like the leadership at Retiree is taking the parents' concerns seriously because it has been an ongoing issue for the last 8 months, and they have yet to implement a strategy to help deal with the students exhibiting the violent behavior and to ensure the safety of the other children in her class. Our children shouldn't be subjected to this type of behavior. The police report was filed to begin a paper trial in case we need to file a lawsuit in case that a child is seriously injured because of the negligence from the leadership at Retiree. We would like to see something done in regards to this matter because students shouldn't have to endure this any longer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Camarina.
Hi, thank you for your time, and I'm also concerned over my niece's safety. I'm just a little appalled that, it had to get to this point that we had to call the police in order for the police to do the role of the principal. And I just don't understand how a staff member can get a concussion and still have this student in the school district. And according to the California Penal Code, like suspension and expel, it's if they cause bodily harm to somebody, and the student has caused some harm to the staff and my niece, and he's still there. And my niece is terrified of going to school every day. And like how you said, Ms. Craighead, we value and respect the students. So right now, I feel that my niece is not being valued, her safety. And it's like, it's a bit scary because, does it have to get to the point where he can grab a pencil and hit her with it, stab her with it? When is it enough of her getting hurt by the student or something being done? And like the other parent was saying, Brian and Kim Weber were at this meeting and nothing has been done. So it's kind of a little concerning of what is really going on. And instead of hiring a coach, there should actually be more counselors, like the Cabrillo counselor was saying. I mean, the money should be used for counseling and provide like some special class to provide the professionals to help deal with these students that have these aggressive outbursts. And that's all I wanted to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have John Ward.
May I defer to my son, Dr. Ward, to go first?
Just trade places?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be in front of you, and I want to thank you for your service. As a teacher, we appreciate the leadership and the stability that a solid Board of Education provides. Having worked in other districts, it's just a great place to be in Long Beach Unified. Appreciate fulfilling your number one duty as a board of selecting an outstanding superintendent. As a teacher, we feel that it's genuine when it comes to Dr. Baker's efforts to ensure equity and excellence throughout the district, and I appreciate that. And that's why I'm here, for equity and excellence for our students at Educational Partnership High School. On Monday, we received a letter to give to our parents and students, telling them that we are only going to accept, going forward, that if you don't have, well, let's see, I'll read it right here. Students who have worked diligently and closed the credit gap to within 20 credits or 4 courses of where they should be will be invited for EPHS summer school. I've got 50 some odd students at EPHS that are not going to be able to recover their credits because they can't go to summer school. And then it says in the letter that they're supposed to go back to their regular schools, and the deadline is this Friday, and they haven't gone through this experience before. That's not equity. That's not excellence. Most of these students, if they come back to us in the fall, because we got momentum, we've developed the rapport, most of these students, and will probably not come back. Our 13th graders, they're being told to go to school for adults. So, 4 questions. Why are severely credit deficient students, or those with more than 4 courses?
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
I'll email the board and the superintendent my 4 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If you give the questions to our board secretary, she'll make sure that we get them. I also saw Dr. Camarino taking notes, so I'm sure somebody will get back to you. And so, Mr. John Ward, it's now your turn.
John Ward, I was the first elected from the Long Beach Unified School District, district-wide, to serve from Lakewood on this Board of Education. The superintendent at that time was Dr. Laufenberg. Maybe somebody knows of him. He later served with me on the California State Board of Education. And my son takes care of my wife and I, and so we talk a lot. And we wish that we had had back in our day this educational partnership high school. And I believe you have almost 2,000 children in this program or this school. And what I see being done for them individually, one-on-one, day after day after day, helping them. And these are students that are referred primarily by these counselors who are overworked. And this is a great place they can go to, but the quota has been set and they are being turned away. But now we are dropping what are known as the super seniors, those that are in the 13th grade. They're being eliminated. They're being sent, as Joel mentioned, to an adult school, a community college perhaps. No individual attention will they get. My son gets phone calls every night almost from a student or a parent about an individual problem on a work project. We need more of this. And I understand there's cutbacks taking place. One other thing that we talk about quite often is homeschooling. I believe we can keep people from doing homeschooling and pulling their children out of the district by having them tie in with EPHS. Because they get for free the curriculum. They get all of the bookkeeping, all of what the school offers, but then they can still teach their children at home their own curriculum, whatever comes to mind. I have spoken with several educators, and this dovetailing of homeschooling and EPHS is a win-win for the parents, for the students, and for the district as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Next, we have Mary Warner.
So I have been meeting with the district and some parents talking about LGBTQ plus issues, and so we came tonight because we were hoping to get support on a few things. The first is an LGBTQ family affinity group. We'd like to see the district form one so that families with LGBTQ parents or children could find support and community here. Second is, I know you guys are really serious about keeping the kids safe, but I just want to say that, like, as a parent of a trans kid who is, for the second time in 2 years at 2 different schools, receiving a lot of attention from adults for exercising her rights, like, handing out letters in front of the school. And I know Stanford and Mr. Lawson and Mrs. Reyes and Ms. Pleasance have been supportive and they're doing the right things. But it's still that doesn't stop me from circling the school, wondering if this parent's gonna show up and escalate his targeting of my child. So, we're scared and nervous. And I just wanted to ask you guys to consider if we're doing everything we can to keep our LGBTQ kids safe and feeling safe in the classroom. If parents are talking about it at home. I was at Mr. Lawson's Coffee and Donuts yesterday, and 20 parents showed up, and I'd say at least 10 to 15 of them were there to talk about a 6th grader in the girls' bathroom, a trans 6th grader. And if they're talking about it at home, they're talking about it at the dinner table, and they're talking about it in the classroom, right? It dribbles down to my kid, and 11-year-old shoulders. Anyway, so those are that, and then obviously curriculum based on teaching kids their rights, and there are laws in the state that protect them, but they don't always know that. And I also think it should be made clear to the parents that there are laws in this state that protect all kids. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Katie.
My name is Katie Hummus-Algara, and I am a parent of 2 students at Carver Elementary. And I am here with Mary, following up on Mary's discussion of safety. I would like to request and encourage the district, with follow-up from the board, to work towards overtly including LGBTQIA education, including the rights of students under the law and district policies for all ages, kinder on up. This includes recognition of LGBTQIA families, children with 2 moms, dads, non-binary parents, as well as recognizing and talking about the fact that transgender and non-binary children and adults exist in our society, both locally and globally. There's a lot of fear being stoked about these subjects around the country. However, teaching kids from a young age that these people and differences exist give the LGBTQIA community the moral neutrality it deserves, as well as helps to prevent some of the future bullying and safety issues, like Mary is mentioning, from coming up in the middle school and high schools. So as LBUSD continues to work towards excellence and equity, I hope to see these subjects seamlessly integrated into curriculum at all ages. Thank you.
Thank you. Even though with items not listed on the agenda, we don't engage in conversation, I do want you to know that I see staff making notes, and we are all learning. We're listening and learning. Next on the agenda, we have consent calendar A, and just as a reminder, item 14.8 has been moved to consent calendar B, so we will be voting on everything else except 14.8. So I will have somebody make a motion for consent calendar A.
Move for approval.
Do we have a second? I need a second on consent calendar A.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I do have a question.
Okay.
I have a question on 14.4, the granting emergency teaching permits. And so I think I have 2 questions, and I think one is the recruitment efforts. We weren't able to hire enough credentialed teachers, 1. And 2 is, will there be a guarantee that uncredentialed teachers will not be placed in schools that are low-performing, schools where there's a handful or we have high levels of Title I students?
So I'd be happy to respond to that. The document that we are presenting is a document that we present actually every year. It's an annual document that asked us to predict if we are not going to be able to have or hire. And so that's something that we predict each year to the state. All of the teachers that we are hiring are credentialed teachers. So this is just a document that we turn into the state each year that has the numbers that cover us in the event that we are not able to. But at this point, all of the teachers that we're hiring are credentialed teachers.
Mr. Otto has his hand up as well.
Thank you. Mr. Otto?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So 14.1, which is the approval of the May 3rd minutes, I was absent for medical reasons from that meeting. Although I did watch it, I wasn't able to personally participate in it, so I'm going to abstain because of that. But I did watch the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other questions or? Okay, then I will ask our board secretary to take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Benitez?
I vote aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
Member Otto?
Abstain?
Student Member Lopez, preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you. Before we move on to consent calendar B, we have one more speaker that had their form in, but it was misplaced. So I will ask our last speaker, as it were, to come to the podium.
Oh, good evening. Good evening, LBUSD board members and senior staff. My name is Rocio Torres. I am an AOC 7 Neighborhood Organization board member. AOC 7 stands for Anaheim, Orange, Cherries, and 7th Street, which are our boundaries. Our neighborhood is located in the 90813 area code, which is the LBUSD District 1 area. I am here to advocate for 3 C's: community schools, comprehensive counseling program, and community engagement. Our neighborhoods need LBUSD. Community schools now. You might ask how a community school can change our neighborhoods. A community school is both a place and a set of partnerships between a school and our community resources that are integrated into all of our students' lives. Focus on academics, health, social services, leadership. Its focus leads to improved student learning, stronger families, and healthy communities. Also, you might know, our state has $3 billion to invest in community schools. Let's do that now. Let's help our students thrive in Long Beach. Comprehensive counseling program. Now, you might ask how a school counselor can change our community. School counselors provide counseling programs in 3 domains: academic, career, and social-emotional. These services and programs help students resolve emotional and social and behavior problems that we've heard throughout our board meeting today, and help them develop a clearer focus on the sense of direction. Effective counseling programs are important to the school climate and a critical element in improving student achievement, which only can be implemented when a school has a full-time counselor or 2. A comprehensive counseling program that other school sites, other districts have, for example, Santa Ana and Pomona are implementing. You could see that the increase in attendance, increase in academics, and decrease in behaviors. Long Beach Unified, you can do better. Long Beach Unified, help our communities now. Community engagement now. You might ask, how can community engagement change our neighborhoods? Let me tell you. Engaging with community will provide valuable insight to our neighborhoods that historically are underserved, like my neighborhood. Schools, city departments, nonprofit, community-based organization, collaboration can make a difference in the lives of our children. It's time to address our city's challenges together. You can change a community. You can save lives now. You can save lives, just like the life that we lost Eric Brown recently. If you don't know him, please find out. Invest in the 3 C's today: community schools, comprehensive counseling program, and true community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move to consent calendar B. Mr. Miller?
Yes, I will recuse myself from consent calendar B out of the abundance of caution, as I have a potential conflict of interest under Government Code Sections 1090 and 87-100, SoCal Gas, and the Tide Center have had a financial interaction with the nonprofit corporation Ranchos Los Amigos Foundation, in which I am the CEO.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
And I need a second.
Second.
I can second that.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, we will do a roll call vote. Dr. Benitez.
Aye.
Ms. Lopez.
Aye.
Mr. Otto.
Aye.
I vote aye, and our student representative with a preferential vote.
Aye.
Then that passes 4-0 with one abstention. And that brings us to our first staff report on the visual and performing arts, and I will hand it over to Dr. Christy Kale.
All right. So this has been a very exciting year for us in terms of exploring possibilities for expanding our visual and performing arts, or VAPA, programs. I'd like to introduce Nader Twal, Program Administrator in OCIPD, Christine Whipp, our VAPA curriculum leader, and Renee Bhatia, our music coach, who will provide an update on that work.
And Performing Arts program in Long Beach Unified as it stands now, and the amazing future that is ahead. And so in our time together, when the slides come up, you will see that we're going to spend just a brief moment talking about our current state and where we are in the program, some of the challenges that our program experiences, the opportunities that we've had to calibrate based on our equity and excellence policy, and also based on Proposition 28 and the vision that we have for the future that we're going to begin actualizing this fall. And so as Dr. Kale did mention, this has been a really work of passion of two amazing champions of the arts. We have Renee Bhatia, our music coach, and we have Christine Whipp, our visual and performing arts curriculum leader. And the thing that has really helped to power them is their belief that the arts are critical to a comprehensive education for the students. And as we know from the research, we know that it encourages students to consider more than one solution. They are often exposed to critique that they integrate as part of their continuous improvement in expression. It engages them in complex forms of problem solving when they encounter issues with the art that they're trying to produce and what it's communicating and the adjustments they make in the moment. It helps students communicate what cannot be said in words, either through drawing or dance or physical expression. And as we know, it fosters the creativity that's the engine of America, right? It's the engine of innovation. But what does that look like in Long Beach Unified? And so I'd like to invite Renee to give us a little bit more of a concrete vision of what that program looks like today.
Thank you so much, Nader. In fostering that creativity in our students, I would like to share with all of you some of the programs we have in support within Long Beach Unified Visual and Performing Arts. Currently, the majority of the visual arts instruction at the elementary level is integrated into the classroom by our teachers. All of our LBUSD fifth graders also have the opportunity to attend the Long Beach Museum of Art's Kids Vision Field Trip. At the middle school and high school levels, support is given to those art teachers and their programs, as well as district-wide art contests and exhibitions, such as the Jewish Community Center Art Show. Christine Whipp, along with multiple arts teachers teams, have worked tirelessly developing course outlines and sequences since we have received new Visual and Performing Arts California Art Standards in 2019. Lastly, we also have 7 high schools that offer arts, media, and entertainment pathways. In the performing arts, we currently have 29 elementary and K-8 music teachers that represent vocal and instrumental. These teachers are spread out across the district, with some assigned on average between 4 to 5 sites per week. The general vocal music teacher provides lessons to all students at each grade level and at each school, and instrumental music instructing violin to grades 3 through 5 and adding band in 5th grade. At the middle school and high school levels, there are electives offered in the choral and instrumental music, dance, and theater. We are also working on course outline revisions, as visual arts has done, as we adapting to our new California art standards. We are so fortunate that in addition to the instruction time our students receive in the visual and performing arts, we are able to centrally organize additional arts experiences for our students. I would like to highlight some of these rich experiences that we have been so very excited to bring back from our 3-year pause from COVID. We lost a lot of who we were at that moment, and we thoroughly enjoyed in returning to these events, some of which are, in the upper left, the Long Beach Symphony Concerts for Young People, which is for all LBUSD 4th and 5th graders. I remember being a student walking up those terrace theater steps to my balcony seat. In the top right, you can see the High School Marching Band Spectacular, which features all of the marching bands at all of the high schools, and that was at Cabrillo High School this last November. In the bottom left, the All-District Honor Choir Concert at Jordan High School in March. On stage, you see the elementary, middle, and high school honor choirs. We also provide that all-district experience for honor band and orchestra at all levels. And finally, the lower right, the Long Beach Museum of Art Elementary Self-Portrait Exhibition, which is currently hanging on the walls at the museum. We cannot share our special events without highlighting and thanking our community arts partners. While this is not an exhaustive list, you can see some of those partnerships on the slide before you. And now I'd like to introduce Christine Whipp, who will share with us some information about our current staffing.
Thank you. So before I share with you about some of our current visual and performing arts programs and what the future might hold, I thought it might be helpful just to see what the ed code requirements are around the visual and performing arts in California. At the elementary level, it requires VAPA education to all students. At the middle school and high school level, it needs to be offered as an elective. Our high school graduation requirement is either a year of visual or performing arts, world language, or CTE. And also, there is a fine arts requirement for those students wanting to meet the UC or CSU A to G requirements. This one. So here's a little snapshot of what we're offering currently in our schools. You'll see for elementary, as Renee mentioned, we have general or vocal music for all students through a music teacher. They get about an average of 10 lessons a year because that teacher is probably at their site 1 to 1.5 days per week. Instrumental, that is offered to a little over 7,000 of our students, 3rd through 5th grade. They would get instruction in their instrument once a week. We currently, and I think this is important to highlight, have over 500 students on a wait list that we're not able to accommodate. And we go through our lottery system in order to place those students. Dance, we have a handful of kids. We're offering a 5th grade dance program through Conga Kids, an outside vendor, once a week. And visual arts, although the general classroom teacher integrates that into their curriculum that they teach, we do have one grant-funded art teacher currently at Stevenson. At middle and high school, you can see the numbers up there. There's a range depending on what those individual schools offer. So this is our current offerings within the school day. So we have some challenges. At elementary, the big one is that wait list for instrumental music. Again, over 500 students. We have our elementary itinerant music teachers split across many sites. Sometimes with half-day assignments, which isn't ideal because the travel time cuts into instructional time. We have some uneven opportunities for enhancement. For example, maybe PTA fundraising that some sites are able to use to further their arts offerings, maybe after school or arts enrichment programs. That maybe other schools are not able to offer. And we do have some costly programs that live outside of the school day, and they may come with their own challenges of attendance. At the secondary level, the challenges are a little bit different because our programs are pretty robustly staffed. But we could use more in-class support for those large classes. There may be some master schedule limits for students that can't fit the elective into their schedule, and many of these programs rely on fundraising and grants to pay for field trips and other kinds of enhanced arts experiences. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Nader.
And so with our excellence and equity policy, we had an opportunity to recalibrate, right? We had an opportunity to think. And in that policy, there was a charge to really begin thinking about how do we resource these programs and how do those resources affect those who are most vulnerable. And so we began about a 1.5-year, 2-year forensic study of how we fund the arts. And what we have learned is that aside from staffing, there's one program that costs the most and is actually not serving the students who are on the wait list yet. So we saw the 504 students on the wait list, did a little bit of a study of that, and realized that 74% of the schools that have a wait list are Title I schools. So when we looked at the programs that we had that were costly, we identified the Harmony Project as an opportunity. At the elementary level currently, it is serving 140 students at 6 schools. Those students receive one after-school, session once a week, and then they receive some Saturday support. At the secondary level, the middle school students have a similar experience, but the high school students simply attend the Saturday program, and it's about 94 students at 18 secondary schools. When we did the number crunching, we realized that the program costs about $600,000 a year to run because it's happening outside of the school and we have to recreate the administration, the custodial services, all the things that are part of a normal operating expense. That's about $2,500 per student, and it's serving approximately 250 kids. And so when we began to think about what could we reimagine to do with that if we were to distribute it into teacher FTE within the school day, how many more kids could we serve? And so if we look at a microcosm, just looking at the 6 elementary schools that currently have the Harmony program, we've redistributed the FTE across all elementary schools, but let's look at the 6 that are served currently by the Harmony Project. What you'll see is that we were able to double the amount of time that kids have with instrumental music, or double the access, with the exception of Garfield where we eliminated the half day. So in every single instance, they're getting twice as much service. When you look at the number of students that are served, you'll see that we went from the 140 at Harmony, 795 that are receiving it within the school day, to 1,540 students just at these 6 schools. Across all schools, it's about 10,000. And you might recall earlier, Christine referenced that 7,000 number. And so this would actually completely eliminate the entire waitlist process. It would be 600 more kids at these schools that would be served just by reallocating in a cost-neutral way. And so when you look at what the program could look like next year, the elementary students would be able to receive their instrumental music instruction within the school day, removing the barrier that parents have communicated to us about transportation, about conflicting activities, about our kids want to do soccer and they have family activities and they have to choose what they want to do if they want their child to have an arts education. Well, we believe that it can be done within the school day. And at the middle and high school level, we want to be able to provide them with the Saturday program at one school so that those current 6th to 10th graders who are receiving that support can continue to on a Saturday. And current 5th graders will be programmed into the appropriate instrumental music course in their middle school that they attend, and we're working with the principals on that. So in a cost-neutral way, what does that do for us? It eliminates the wait list. And not only does it eliminate the wait list, but it opens the opportunity to almost 2,700 more kids so that we don't have to pick who gets access to the program. Every teacher will have fewer sites that they have to serve, and we eliminate the half-day assignments so we don't lose that travel time, instruction time with kiddos. There's more arts within the school day. The new baseline allows for PTA funds to be used to supplement and support other programs, and it provides an equitable foundation upon which we can now build Prop 28. So before the schools receive their allocations to enhance the program, we equitize the foundation so that they're not addressing cracks in the foundation, but that they're building up and raising the ceiling. And so when we look at Proposition 28, we have worked with MMS, thank you so much, Multimedia Services, and they've prepared for us a very short 1.5-minute video that gives a beautiful overview of what Proposition 28 is going to add to what you just heard.
California voters have approved the Arts and Music in Schools Funding Guarantee and Accountability Act, also known as Prop 28. This requires the state of California to establish a new, ongoing program supporting arts instruction in schools for the 2023-24 school year and beyond. What does this mean for LBUSD? It means that all art programs and opportunities will be expanding across the district. Beginning July 1st, 2023, the Long Beach Unified School District will receive funding of approximately $10.7 million per year. 70% of funding is based on enrollment, and the other 30% on a share of low-income Title I. These funds will go directly to LBUSD schools. 80% of the allocated funds must be spent on staffing, which includes certificated teachers and classified staff. The remaining 20% of the allocated funds can be used on instructional supplies, materials, equipment, training, and arts education programs from outside vendors. All LBUSD schools have been given their estimated allocations and have submitted proposals for their art staffing for the 2023-24 school year. All elementary students will have access to increased instruction in art, dance, theater, and music. All middle and high school students will have increased access to visual and performing arts electives, and existing art programs will be bolstered with additional staffing and support. This expansion will provide our LBUSD students with many more opportunities to strengthen their critical thinking skills, enhance their creativity, and experience the richness of art education.
And so we're very excited. We're very excited about the potential. And what's most exciting is when you look at what defines the arts in Proposition 28, it broadens the definition. But before I get to that, I have to acknowledge that a wonderful committee came together to make all of this vision possible. We were able to partner with almost every single department in this district in order to bring this to fruition, and we couldn't have done it without them. So I do want to acknowledge the folks who are on the screen right now. And I want to give a special shout out to two. I want to give a special shout out to Fiscal Services that worked tirelessly to interpret this law so that schools could have an allocation with which to work, with not as much guidance as we would have hoped for from the California Department of Ed just yet. But we're excited that we can be an exemplar for them. And in addition to that, I do want to acknowledge the Personnel Commission that Christine will talk about a little bit later that partnered with us to very quickly create a classification that allowed us to hire visual arts instructional aides, or arts instructional aides for all of our schools who might be selecting that option. But here's what's really exciting. What constitutes an art program? You've heard about the more traditional ones, but we're a little bit excited about some of these creative ones, like costume design, which is a little bit more of like our fashion design, like our CTE pathways at the high school. We're really curious about the script writing. We're so close to Los Angeles and so much filming happens here in Long Beach. How interesting is that as an option? And when you look at creative expression, that's a broad category, but it includes things such as digital animation, think Pixar. Right? I mean, it's such a creative, innovative way to build on the foundation that we already have around the arts. And as you saw in the video, the allocations are 70% based on enrollment, 30% based on need, share or low income, and 80%, a minimum of 80% has to go to staffing, whether it be certificated or classified, and then the other 20%, if there's 20% and you don't use it all on staffing, can be used to provide other experiences for our students. And so what does this look like? Well, we have some real data for you about what 23 and 24 is going to look like in Long Beach Unified. Christine?
All right. I'm going to go back one. Oops. This way. So the video mentioned that it has to go 80% to staffing. And that can be certificated arts teachers, it can be classified personnel, like this new position that has just been created by the Personnel Commission in Instructional Aid Art, or teaching aides. And then principals can use the other 20% for materials and outside vendors, enrichment programs, that kind of thing. There is language in the law as well about supplementing. So the spirit is to provide additional access, so not supplanting with existing programs we already have. There also is a compliance portion of this, of course. We will be bringing to you, the Board of Education, a report to certify that spending, and annual audits will include Prop 28 as well. So where are we at? This is the exciting part. So schools have received their estimated allocations, and the law stipulates that schools make their own decisions about how they want to staff it based on the needs of their school. So this isn't a centralized decision. So we've been, for the last several months, working on that, and we have received all of the proposals from principals, and really exciting what we're adding with Prop 28. Remember, this is separate from the reallocation of our baseline elementary music positions. That's already done. This is in addition to. Art being offered at 39 of our elementary schools, dance at 4, theater at 6, music, 9 schools opted to further increase their music allocation to have even more music. For example, Roosevelt, they're a big school, so their baseline allocation increased, but then they added on additional Prop 28 funding. They will now have a full-time instrumental music teacher and a vocal general music teacher 4 days a week. That's really exciting. At the middle school and K-8 and high school level, we're seeing an addition of additional programs, probably not as much as at elementary because they already had a fair number of electives offering. We're seeing a lot of requests at the secondary level for additional instructional aides, for coaches, and for college aides. So it's an exciting time for folks who teach in the arts, because there haven't always been those opportunities. This really solves many of the challenges that I pointed out earlier in the presentation. We're able to leverage the Prop 28 funding to enhance programs. We're going to be seeing that additional funding for those college aides and instructional aides and coaches. And then again, 20% of the funding that can be used for field trips and buses and those extras that have often fallen on the programs themselves to fundraise, and they've relied on booster clubs and PTAs and that kind of thing, and now Prop 28 can help fill that. So to sum it all up, all of our arts are growing in LBUSD. All elementary students are going to see increased access to the arts. Our middle school and high school students are going to have increased access to those electives, and the existing programs will be bolstered with additional support. We'll wrap this up with a quote from a contemporary Iranian artist, Shireen Nishat. She's actually part of the AP Art History curriculum that I taught for a lot of years. I think works of art, any form of culture, have the capability to give people a certain hope and passion and belief and conviction that nothing else can. So we just gave you a lot of information, so we are here now to answer your questions.
First, I think we should just give you a round of applause. I think this is fabulous. There are so many wonderful things happening. We have Camp High Hill coming back in the fall. We have this boost to the arts programs. These are all wonderful things. So, Mr. Miller.
Yes, mine is less of a question, more of a comment here. First off, I couldn't stop smiling as you guys were going through this presentation, as I can only see a benefit for our students in regards to their confidence, in regards to their expansion of education. I think about my own experience within the Long Beach Unified School District, as my first introduction to the arts was part of a small choir at Bixby and Mr. Petrie, and I can remember being selected to sing a solo, which I at the time thought was crazy and didn't have the confidence, and he instilled that much needed confidence in me to do so, and I can see the arts as a tool to help do that. Obviously, we are in the space of helping our students have all of the academic skill sets to go on and be the best version of themselves that they can be, but there's a component of it that are soft skills, and the arts help do a large part of that. So nothing makes me more excited than to see us emphasizing the importance of that within the Long Beach Unified School District, because I think look at this too as part of our role. So congratulations and great job on this.
Thank you.
Dr. Benitez.
Yes, so building on Mr. Miller's enthusiasm, this is fantastic. So I'm going to ask some bigger sort of systems and policy implication questions. I'll start with the first one. Great that we have some additional funding, but I'm also hearing that these were things that were being looked at in spite of, or not in spite of, I should say, irrespective of the Prop 28 funding, right? So looking at our Harmony project that was anchored in equity, but unfortunately had some inequitable outcomes.
Yes.
Because not all Title I students, I'm not going to repeat the data.
Yes.
So let me start with the first one. I'm looking at Mr. Zaid and sort of thinking through the potential for additional classified and or certificated. Do we have a pool of teachers out there that will be able to teach the content that we're talking about here?
Your friendly HR office is hard at work, searching, turning over rocks, and scouring the land
Yeah, they really are.
to find qualified candidates. So we do, and as you saw, Janelle Harmon, who does staffing for elementary, had an opportunity to hear that this was coming, and so we are being strategic in trying to find qualified candidates.
Thank you, Mr. Zeta. And I think it's important to highlight that even with funding, we still have to deal with these capacity issues, right?
Absolutely.
Whether it's counseling, arts teachers, music teachers. So that's why I'm taking this sort of bigger, broader approach that funding's absolutely great and necessary, but we need experts, right? And we need folks in our classrooms and in our auditoriums.
That is the question that everybody is asking. They're estimating that California is going to need, I think it was like 15,000 new arts teachers in all of the arts disciplines over the next 3 years. So it's absolutely an issue. We're really fortunate, though, that Cal State Long Beach is probably the premier institution in Southern California for putting out credentialed art and music teachers.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay,
So, yeah.
Thank you. And I'm prefacing my questions from, again, systems, processes, policies. Because of that, I do have some concerns that I'm sure your team is already kind of going through and or learning from. A closer look at how we operationalize this, right? Right now, through no one's fault, PTA is able to contract with outside vendors and sort of take advantage of authors and illustrators, meet the masters, things like that. So I do have concerns that because things are going to go, how am I going to say this without offending our PTA folks here, Ms. Craighead?
I don't know, but I'm waiting.
If PTAs will be able to redirect funds to additional things, how do we account for so many of our schools that don't have PTAs, don't have capacity to fundraise, that, if not thought through, could also lead to inequitable sort of outcomes in terms of what additional resources, vendors, schools can go after. So just thoughts on that. Again, big picture thoughts.
Yes.
So I think what you just described is a current state.
Yeah.
Right? And the question is, what are their funds going to?
Yep.
We believe the arts are foundational to the education of the students in Long Beach Unified. So we want to take that burden off of PTAs. So what I can say to you is I don't know how the PTAs at different sites will be using their money, but I do know that every kid, regardless of the activity and the fundraising of their PTA, deserves that kind of caliber of an arts education, not only for the outcomes that it provides, but for the culture that it preserves and the opportunity that it gives us to become more culturally responsive. Some of the feedback we've heard from the sites is that they're bringing in folklorico, right? They're bringing in arts that represent the students that we have rather than creating them in our own image, right? And so there's a beauty too, and having grown up overseas, the arts are how we preserve culture, and when you're trying to erase entire cultures, sometimes what you see regimes do is they go and they attack the museums, they just burn them to the ground, right? Because you lose an entire identity that way. So this is really part of a broader conversation where it should not be the burden of the PTA, right, to carry that torch. That's our responsibility, and we're proud to take it. So how they reallocate their funds, I actually can't speak to, but I'm sure that there are others that are more intelligent that can. But I'm excited that we are taking on the responsibility for the arts foundationally as part of the work of Long Beach Unified.
Thank you, Mr. Twall, and I love how you eloquently sort of brought in the cultural aspects and significance of this. So I'm going to throw it out there to anyone that may be listening, the millions that we talk about are listening. I have often heard, Ms. Craighead, you've shared this as well, PTAs thinking about partnering with schools that don't have PTAs. Perhaps a relationship where benefits of fundraising, now that arts will be, a lot of it will be covered, sort of what those partnerships, relationships, potential opportunities could be. given that there has to be some rethinking involved as to how PTAs will use their funds, and, again, contemplating options for partnering with other schools, right? Because I think there's some geographic and spatial components of equity here. Okay, so again, kind of following, right? We need folks to teach. This equity sort of centered lens. I want to jump into sort of equity of opportunity. And you've already highlighted through our current efforts that we just haven't been able to reach all the students, but particularly our students with disabilities, our Title I students. So talk to me a little bit more about how this addresses providing opportunities for our students with disabilities, our students that have traditionally not been able to either participate after school or on a Saturday. Can you talk about sort of the equity implications of students not being able to, have these opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, we really got into the data on elementary music specifically, but I think the arts in general are a great equity driver. As we are bringing in elementary art teachers, which we just haven't had, except one, there's an opportunity there to really provide some culturally relevant stuff. And that teacher, that credentialed art teacher, is in a really unique place to work with classroom teachers on arts integration that's going to just increase levels of engagement, kids able to see connections between things. And then, our obligation to provide them the resources and the professional learning on ensuring that there's, those culturally relevant artists. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about the arts is all of the cultures represented here in Long Beach all have a rich arts tradition, and some programs that focus just on kind of a Western Eurocentric approach to it that's become antiquated, and there's so many opportunities. There's so many wonderful contemporary artists that represent our students. So, yeah.
And to just add to that a little bit, because I understand what you're asking, right? And so I think a little bit building on that as well, that these teachers, now that they're not going to be split up across 50 billion places trying to develop relationships with kids maybe every other week, they're going to be with the kids a little bit more, and we're going to be able to provide them with professional development around quality core instruction. And as you might recall, some special education curriculum work is done in our office, and it's more easy to partner and to teach a little bit about universal design for learning. And it's a little bit easier to teach about how do you build inclusive environments in your classroom when you have a steadier student population than when you're visiting with the students, almost like a field trip, but you're on staff, right? And so we are actually a part of the quality core instruction rollout next year. Our visual and performing arts teachers will be receiving directed professional development in alignment with the other content areas. They will also be held to the understandings and expectations that we have as a system. And we are going to do the work of inclusion as best we can, in their first year. But that is absolutely a priority because they are instructional providers and they have a set of standards and a framework that does speak a little bit to inclusion.
That's what I wanted to hear, Mr. Twalt, so
Okay.
thank you for that.
It's the truth. It's easy to say because it's
yeah.
actually the truth. Yeah.
Last thing, and I'm going to look at Mr. Moskowitz, and I don't want to monopolize time here, but again, I'm just thinking of all the structural reasons why we haven't been able to, or we haven't been intentional, right, in using this equity lens. So transportation to and from museums has been a big challenge, right? Not just for our district. I'm thinking of the bus trips to the Museum of Latin American Art, Mr. Moskowitz, where some schools had to cancel trips because we go to outside transportation services and couldn't get our kids there. So sort of, can you talk through some of the broader structural, whether it's transportation, whether it's with our own district, and whether it's geography, right? That some students, some of our SPED programs are only in certain schools, right? And how do we sort of navigate that terrain, and how do we leverage, again, the intentional work that you all are doing around some of the structural challenges to be able to operationalize this.
Well, let me just speak to the all-district events, and then I'm going to turn it over to you to add a little bit more, either of you. But with the all-district events, the ones where we have the kids come to the Long Beach Symphony, we actually work very closely with transportation to ensure that everyone attends and that they have the appropriate transportation so that they can attend regardless of what their needs may be. So if there are nutritional needs, I believe that that's taken care of. If there are insulin needs, if there's a specific type of bus in order for you to get on that's necessary, that's all planned well in advance to ensure that students who have been traditionally marginalized in those experiences and for whom it has not been possible are included. In fact, they get specialized seating. There's specific areas where they have access to the experience where they're not watching it on a screen in a different room, but they're in the room with their peers, actually experiencing the art. But I do know that you guys also work closely with the school sites in a different way. Do people call you and ask for guidance on how to provide some of that?
Well, Mr. Benitez, you're speaking specifically about transportation, and yes, it is an issue just for field trips in general. The Long Beach Museum of Art experience, they completely fund it. Long Beach is a great arts community, and we have, we've showed it on our, community partners. We have some really wonderful relationships. The Rumba Foundation, huge. The Miller Foundation. So like that Long Beach Museum of Art Kids Vision field trip is completely funded, and they make the arrangements for all those fifth grade classes to go, including special ed classes. But sometimes they can't because there's not a bus available, and yeah. Going back to something you said, though, too, about just looking at it with the PTA funding, with all of our grant partners, that's often something that they're really mindful of, that, maybe they're able to provide a certain kind of experience for a set number of schools. That's going to be the first request, is we're going to target our Title I schools. We're going to look at those underserved populations. So we're really mindful of that those kids that might not otherwise have some of those field trip experiences because the PTA is funding it, do get them. Yeah.
I did notice this time that Mr. Otto in his little square. So, Mr. Otto, we'll go to you.
I'm seeming to have internet problems. Am I coming through?
You are.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
If you can hear me, okay, great. So my comments would be these. First of all, bravo to what you guys are doing to do this. And I also think of it at a policy level, and the policy level is the state decides that that this kind of arts and education is very important. They allocate a bunch of money to it. We jump on it right away. I would venture to say that we are way far ahead of almost every other school district in the state in thinking this way. And the way that we are thinking that makes me smile so much is that we're saying, how do we do this that's equitable? How do we do this that involves people? And the connection that I make here is that this is an extension, and I hear you talk about it, at least indirectly, of our social emotional learning that we're trying to do coming out of this pandemic, because kids who are involved with the arts not only develop a sense of self-confidence, but they relate to one another better, and it's good all the way around. I couldn't agree more with the questions that Juan Benitez has brought up, and there are real challenges going forward as to how to do this. But the words I heard you talk about lets me know that you are very aware of that and are working hard to put that together and put it together with the communities. And I think that's the message that Juan is giving us, that we need to bring people in from the communities and ask them what they want, see to it that they get it, and we're ahead. But I'm very impressed, not only with the fact that we're finding this to do for the arts, but we're doing it smart. We're doing it asking the questions that this district has been asking for long time now that has to do with not only equity, but excellence and making sure that everybody has an opportunity to do this. So congratulations. I'll look forward to see what the next steps are.
Great, thank you.
And just very briefly, thank you for your hard work. This is great. Looking forward to the gifts and talents kids will be developing in the future. And yeah, just wanted to thank you for your hard work. I think this is going to be something great for all of our kids across the schools. And I know we have programs already in place, but this is just going to take those programs to another level. So thank you.
I don't want to keep you for longer, but I remember at the beginning of the year in my U.S. government class, we were making presentations on props, and 2 times in my class came up Prop 28, and especially since my classmates are more artistically inclined because I'm in the visual and performing arts pathway in Jordan, everyone was so excited, and it's kind of like I saw their eyes, they kind of light up because they were most excited about this. And it was really interesting to see today how exactly it'll be implemented in LBUSD. And it's really nice to hear that the future is brighter for artistically inclined students. And thank you for everything that you do for all of us.
Well, I think you can tell from all of our comments, we're very appreciative of this effort, and it just means that more of our kids will have access to the arts. And even though we have PTAs in a percentage of our schools, actually about
22 schools.
No, more than that. Anyhow, I think we have PTAs in nearly 40 of our schools. So about half of our schools, I'm going to say. And a lot of our schools have parent-teacher associations or foundations. Some of them have both. But the PTA has always tried to provide enrichment programs and art programs that are part of the national PTA, like Reflections. Those things will continue because it's just another opportunity for kids, and I think having more is a great option. I'm happy that all of our kids will have the foundational arts, and that's not going to be left up to chance whether or not the school they attend has a PTA. If all of our kids have access to the arts, then PTA can spend their money in different ways. They can choose to continue to provide art programs if that's what they see a need for in their school. One of the things I've always liked about PTA is it was all started by moms who saw a need. It was back in the 1800s, and they saw that kids were going to work barefoot, and so they stepped in to do something about it. There's something going on here we need to address, and we see that with our board meetings. People come to us and they speak at that podium because they see a need they want to address, and they let us know about it so we can do better. So from that point of view, and yeah, PTA is close to my heart because I've been a long-time volunteer, and it's wonderful. But what's even more wonderful is that more of our kids will be benefiting. I've seen it with my own kids, and I have supported the arts for a very long time, as you know, because we have so many art programs throughout the district, and I enjoy it, so it's not hard at all to do. It's such a pleasure when I see pictures of the band spectacular, the art show at the JCC, or just all of the wonderful things and all of the wonderful ways that our kids can express themselves. This is good. I'm thinking of Renaissance High School when we used to have the API, where CAMS was scoring the highest in the district academically, but number 2, right behind CAMS, was Renaissance, because we know the arts boost intelligence, confidence, all these things that help our kids succeed. So it's wonderful to be validated in hearing that the arts should be a part of how we are educating the whole child. And so that's why this is probably one of my favorite presentations. Even though I love them all, budget, Dr. C. Brown, sorry, research, always fun, but,
President Craighead, and just for the record, I love PTA. I'm just putting out the opportunity for PTA to reimagine, right? Because it won't have to pay for stuff that it currently and in the past has historically paid for. My fifth grader loves PTA. Her mom loves PTA. So I don't want there to be a vibe that I do not understand all the beautiful and great things that PTA does.
Yeah.
But there's an opportunity here to reimagine.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I know where you're coming from. You're coming from a place where you want all kids to benefit from parent engagement. And you want all parents to be engaged. And I know where you're coming from, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So we're on the same page. We are. Okay, so if there are no further questions or comments, we will thank you. Thank you for this wonderful effort and presenting to us tonight.
President Craighead, I'm going to suggest we take a brief recess before the next staff report.
Okay, so how about a 5-minute recess, and we will be back here at 7:05. Thank you, everybody. On the agenda, so we're going to get back to it and refocus. And our next item will be the considerations for revision to the promotion and retention policy. Mr. Moskowitz.
Ms. Nicole Houghton-Childs, and our goal, Dr. Benitez, is for this to be the most exciting presentation that has been here up in front of you.
I'm sure it will be.
Yes. So it's our pleasure to be up here. Really what we're talking about today, we're going to do a little bit of looking back. I'm going to share some data from great work that has come from a collaboration between Nicole, folks in the research office, OCIPD, talking to our folks in OSSS, because we know that there needs to be a lot of collaboration when we look at a topic like this. So I'm going to share a little bit of data, and then Nicole will share some work that's been done recently to move forward so that we can bring to you at your next board meeting, at the June 7th board meeting, a recommendation for revision to the board policy. So today is just a little bit of background on data and the process, and then we'll actually bring the recommendation to you at the June 7th meeting. So a little bit of history. Our board policy 5123 was first adopted in February of 1998. So that was a few years ago. And during most of that time, actually for about 20 years, the primary way that students were considered for promotion retention was through our district reading benchmark. It was a series of assessments that the district we created here in the district that measured students' ability at reading throughout, from kindergarten all the way through 5th grade and above. And that actually, we sunset that assessment in about 2018, 2019, because as we looked at the Common Core state standards that we had in place, those assessments didn't quite meet the expectations, the standards, and the rigor at that time. So we knew we needed to make some changes. Along with that, throughout the early 2000s, we made some additional adjustments to the board policy. There were some revisions made that really added on additional grade levels beyond what was in the ed code. It added on mathematics at one point in our early grades. So there were some changes, but when the reading benchmark sunset in 2018-19, we knew that we needed to make some revisions to our board policy. And then in March 2020, this little thing happened called COVID closures, right? And so for the last couple of years, some of those recommendations that we had been building prior to March 2020 were put on hold so that we could really focus more at that point on the acceleration of all of our students and making sure we're meeting their needs, not worrying as much about promotion retention and worrying more about how do we make sure all of our students are reading and all of our students are doing well in mathematics. So this is if I can make this come up here. I felt this vibrate like maybe the battery died. If I can get some support there, it just kind of clicked a moment ago. So the next slide, which I know you all have it in front of you, and we'll get it up in a moment. This is a graphic that, thank you. This is a graphic that those in our district and education are familiar with. I'll try to explain it briefly. But there's a researcher by the name of John Hattie, and him and his team have done a lot of meta-analyses of other research throughout the world, looking at the impact of certain practices on student achievement. And over the last several years, we have been looking at some of John Hattie's work to figure out what are some of those practices we want to really see moving forward in our district. So just in a nutshell, everything that's in the blue section is our practices that have shown to really accelerate student learning pretty dramatically. Everything that is in the yellow and green section are practices that have a positive impact on students, but don't necessarily accelerate them more than what you would expect in a typical classroom. Unfortunately, the practices that are in red through the meta-analyses that John Hattie and his team have looked at, again, across millions of students around the world, those things that are in those practices in the red section are practices that actually have a detrimental impact on student achievement. And one of those you'll see there in that blue box is retention. So across millions of students around the world, when students are retained, it actually has a negative impact on their achievement. So when we look at our own district data over many years, and we really focused in on a key group here from 2007 to 2019. And I'll come back to that in a moment and explain why we chose those that time period. But you can see here between 2007 and 2019, the number of retentions. You don't need to necessarily worry about which color, which grade. I'm just really showing you an overall, during that 12-year period, we retained almost 10,000 students in our district. And you know, when teachers would retain, it was all out of well-intentioned. We had a board policy that called for students to be retained if they didn't reach a certain level. It was all out of good intention. We tried to put in those interventions in place to make sure that students were able to do better the next year, to get more support if they were retained. But one of the things that we've seen, again, a big shout out to Chris Brown and his research team, this is some data that we found for those students who had been retained. Now, one of the things we have to remember about high school data, and the data here in front of you is high school data. This is a very lagging indicator. So when you think about a student who might have been retained in first grade, and then we're going to look at what are their high school outcomes, grad rate, A through G rate, dropout rates, right? We could be talking 10, 12 years later when this data is surfacing. So very lagging indicator, not super easy to track because you're having to track individual students 10 to 12 years later. So again, a big shout out to the research team. But as an example, up at the top, a grad rate. For students who were retained, their grad rate was 73%. The line below that, it says not retained. But this isn't comparing against all other students who were not retained. This is comparing with students who could have been retained. Their academics were at the same level as those students that were retained. But they were not retained for a variety of reasons. It could have been parent appeal. It could have been some other factor where the teacher didn't recommend it, or even though their achievement was where it was, there was a recommendation to advance them to the next grade level. So for students who were retained, compared to students who could have been retained but weren't, the grad rate is 73% for those retained, 80% for those who could have been but weren't. If we look at A through G rate, a similar trend, 27% A through G rate achievement, versus those who could have been retained but weren't, 48% achievement of A through G. And then our dropout rates are almost doubled for those who were retained versus those who were not retained but could have been. So that's pretty startling data. And this is data that, again, very lagging as we look back at the last 15 to 20 years. In the moment, we were following ed code. We're thinking we're doing what's right by kids. And now we're looking at data years later and seeing that maybe it didn't have the impact that we would hope. And we hadn't maybe considered the long-term impact of that. So now let's talk a little bit. You hear us talk about brutal facts, and these are brutal facts. So let's look at this data here. So on the left-hand side, what this data is showing is on the left side of the left graph is the enrollment percentages of certain groups of students, subgroups of students. And on the right side of that left graph, it shows the percent of students that were retained across that 12-year period. So if you look, for example, our African-American population was 14% of our students and it accounted for 15% of our retentions. So pretty much on par. If you go down, you look at one obviously stands out. Our white population is 14% of our enrollment, only 7% of our retentions. And the largest group that was emphasized or overrepresented in that retention group is our Hispanic Latinx group. 56% of our student population, 68% of our students that were retained. But really that becomes even more startling than when you look over at their fluency on the right. So our English learners represented 28% of our students in the elementary grades during those years, but counted for 52% of the retentions. And you can see below that the EO, IFAP are English-only students. So not only were our Hispanic Latinx students overrepresented in the retentions, it really was in our students, our English learners. Brutal facts, and it's something that we're taking very seriously as we think about moving forward. What will we put in place to ensure that we have better outcomes for all of our students, in particular our multilingual learners? So you might be asking, why would we even be considering then any kind of a policy at all related to retentions? If we're looking at data and the data tells us John Hattie's work, it has a negative impact. Our data tells us we're not getting good outcomes for students. The reality is we have ed code that requires every school district to have a policy. So we can't not have a policy. You see here the ed code talks about a policy needs to be in place for students moving from second to third to fourth, and that is primarily on the basis of their proficiency in reading. Ed code requires policy for students from fourth to fifth and from fifth to sixth, and that includes their proficiency in reading, English, language arts, and mathematics. And it says that students shall be identified for retention on the basis of failure to meet minimum levels of proficiency. So we know that our data doesn't look good when we retain students, and we know John Hattie's data supports that. But we also know we have an education code that we have to adhere to. So what we've done, and I'm going to ask Nicole to jump in here with us now, we've engaged with a lot of our community, including parents and teachers and administrators, to think about what might it look like to do something that still aligns to our ed code, but actually allows us to be more intentional in looking at ways to support our students, looking at ways to ensure that if we do have to retain students, there has been a lot of work prior to that. So with that, I will hand it over to Nicole.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. I just want to say that I'm very appreciative of getting to share our journey. I found a quote years ago, and it said, if something excites you and makes you nervous at the same time, then you should do it. And I will say that everything about revising promotion and retention criteria makes me nervous and most excited. Nervous because we want to make sure that we're doing right by students, and excited for the same reasons, that we have this opportunity to do right by students. So with that, I would like to share with you the journey that we've been on to make these considerations to this policy. It started with a group from our level office, our K-8, middle school and K-8 office, our research department, and members of our curriculum office. We came together and we literally just looked at documents. We looked at, what does Ed Code say? What does the California School Board policy say? What does our policy say, and where's the alignment? So we looked at that, and then we said, let's take a look at some data. And this is the data that Mr. Moskowitz just shared with you that our research department put together for us. And it gave us real cause for pause. We thought we were going to come in, sit together, and come up with some ideas, but that data really stopped us, and we had to make sure we were doing this correctly. So we took this data to our teacher council. Teacher council is a body of teachers, one teacher from every school site, elementary and K-8. They are an elected position, and they speak for their school site. So we took this data to our teacher council. And I have to share with you that teacher council, they speak for their school sites. They were eager to have a policy in place by the end of this school year for this school year. But after sharing this data with our teacher council members, we asked them, do we continue with right now, or do we really take some time to process this out and take some time? 2/3 of our teacher council members said we need to wait. We need to make sure that we do this right, and we need to implement this, start a policy and implement it at the beginning of, I don't know the numbers, next year. 23-24. So we took our data to teacher council, have that. We took this to our principals. We shared the same data with the principals. We asked for our principals to be on a focus group. We sat together, same process. We took this, we made some recommendations. We took it back to teacher council. We listened to their recommendations. And then we even took this to our superintendent's parent connection, shared our brutal facts on our brutal data with our parents. We not only shared the facts and the data, but we asked for their feedback too, and we heard some of their stories. Ms. Craighead, you were there, and we heard some of those stories there. And from there, from all of our groups, we came up with some recommendations from our focus groups. Our recommendations were, we knew we had to, as Mr. Moskowitz was sharing with you, when we looked at a student for retention, it was primarily on one assessment. But we knew we had to look at multiple measures. So our recommendations were our criteria had to be multiple measures in whether it be reading or math, but to include historical and diagnostic data. And instead of naming our assessments, we left it as what you see there, multiple measures in historical and diagnostic, because if any of the assessments change, it wouldn't matter. We could still use the same criteria. And we talked about from one reading benchmark assessment to multiple measures of student achievement. That's not exhaustive, but like I'm using our iReady, our foundational reading skills assessment, and other district measures, and to follow Ed Code and only retain in grades 2 through 5. Our policy, we retained 1st through 5th grade, but our recommendations were to follow the education code and just stay with 2 through 5 so that we were aligned. And we knew we had to increase our data collection and monitoring. We had to put in better systems to ensure that students were receiving the high quality instruction and daily English language development. So when we were doing this, it was really hard we were really working on a process and not the criteria, but we were really trying to make sure that students would not, you couldn't recommend a student for retention unless they had proper interventions and that they were monitored appropriately, and that they had, if they were an English language learner, that they had designated ELD or designated integrated ELD. So we're really working to increase that data collection and the monitoring of that data. So our recommendations are to ensure that we're aligned with Ed Code and our California School Board. I didn't move it forward. And once that is approved, the staff will continue to work together and develop the administrative regulations with details on how the school implements and putting in place those supports for our multilingual learners. And like I was talking about, the requirements for intervention before we recommend for retention, ensuring that students have had every intervention possible and that students have had the language development, and the integration of multiple measures of academic performance, and then a process for appealing those decisions. And that's all I have.
You have questions? Yeah. Yes. Let me just close up if I may.
Yes, please.
So just a little bit of data and a little bit of process, and be open to any questions you may have, anything that you would like us to consider that we haven't already shared, so that we can make sure that we bring a board policy back to you June 7th for your consideration for revision.
Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, Ms. Child, Mr. Moskowitz. Again, I'm going to sort of think from a big picture systems perspective, and I think this is one of those times where policy sort of dictates how we approach operationalizing the words that we want to get to. Ms. Child, I love the way that you sort of framed your comments around doing right by students, right? And doing right by students from an equity perspective, just like our equity policy, requires that we also acknowledge those times when we haven't done right by students. And I think the data, the brutal data, as you shared, brutal as it may be, is an acknowledgement that we haven't always done right by students, and in particular, our Latinx emerging bilinguals. So I sort of want to frame my comment and my question around the importance of data and monitoring, and sometimes the challenge with not looking at policies or not looking at policies through an equity lens puts us in a place where we don't look at policies for a long time and try to sort of pivot practices, but you need policies to anchor how we operationalize this excellence and equity vision that Dr. Baker uses foundationally. So I think, again, as we think about board goals, colleagues, that the monitoring that goes along with that, the monitoring calendar that goes along with that is pivotal, right? So that we don't sort of 10 years from now think, oh, let's go back and look at, and I'm not saying this is occurring here, but unless we're required to update a policy, sometimes we don't go back and look at, are we fulfilling the intent and the words? And I've said this many times in here, policies are great, but how do we hold ourselves accountable to those things? And so the accountability to me comes from the monitoring of this. So here's my question. Can you talk a little bit more, and I understand that this is still being looked at, between the difference in we're not necessarily changing education code, but we are rethinking how we utilize education code to broaden what we're using as our indicators for student success. And let me say that differently. There are very narrow ways of looking at proficiency in ELA, in math, and in reading, right? Some of those are very directive from the state. Others, I think what I'm hearing here is that we have an opportunity to look at a broader, a broader way of how we assess and determine proficiency in these areas, thereby rethinking and reexamining the criteria by which we retain students. So let me, is that what I'm hearing here?
Yeah, I think I think you've captured it pretty well. So okay. If you went back and looked at our current board policy, as an example, it talks about in order for a student to move from second to third grade, they have to be reading at the end of first grade on this very specific reading assessment. So it was a very specific measure, a very specific level they had to be at. What we're looking at now is looking at multiple measures, iReady, growth in iReady. It may not just be proficiency, but are they making progress? Because that's an important data point. How are they doing in their foundational reading skills? That's a different way to measure a different part of a student's ability to read. That's important information to look at. We have other measures in our district that we look at, including formative assessment measures that teachers engage in. The other thing I would add to, we have better ways to monitor, even in example in our elevation platform. We have better ways to measure how all of these data points come together, including things like our LPAC, to say how are students progressing in all of these different ways. So the policy that you're going to see is going to reference minimum levels of proficiency. That's what the Ed Code requires. It's not going to say this specific level on this assessment. And that's going to give us the latitude to be able to ensure we're looking at the whole child, all of the ways that they're growing, they're learning, to make a more informed decision, a more holistic decision.
Yep. Thank you, Brian. And so that leads me to my question, then the real question. I wanted to make sure that I was understanding what both you and Ms. Childs were conveying. So the measure in and of itself could be an issue, right? The measure in and of itself could be either too limited, too narrow, or the measure itself could be inequitable. We have tests that we now know were inequitable because they weren't measuring the full breadth of success, of learning, of proficiency. But there's also another component that I heard here, and it's going back to the diagram that you showed. It's also connected to what practices, what strategies, what teaching, how we're doing teaching, because we could have a really good measurement, all right, but we still have to shift and amplify certain strategies and practices and interventions. So can you speak to that, right? That it's not just about retooling the measures that we're using and expanding the measures, but that other things have to change as well.
It's like you're throwing that softball right up to me to hit. I appreciate that. So you may recall in prior conversations, Dr. Kale and I and our teams have been talking about a K-2 reading initiative that we're engaging in over the next several years. And that is going to entail some very intentional, deep professional learning opportunities for all K-2 teachers in reading in ways that we have not done that for many years. Very intentional partnering with LACO, our reading specialists, our intervention coordinators have already engaged and gone through this training. Our administrators are going through this training. We're looking at an entire kind of professional development cycle that will engage all of our K-2 teachers in deep reading professional learning opportunities. Because you're right, we can't intervene our way out of challenges, and we can't retain our way out of challenges. It's going to require quality core instruction in every classroom in reading and mathematics. And so that is a key part of what we're engaged in, and we'll continue to engage in through this summer and into next year.
Thank you, Brian and Ms. Child. So bottom line for me is retention is a bad practice in general. All the evidence shares and shows that. But if we have to do it because Department of Ed Code requires it, it's rethinking what criteria we're using and what practices are being implemented to get us to where we want to go around. Specifically, all students, I mean, generally all students, but specifically those that are most negatively impacted by our retention policy.
Absolutely.
Colleagues, anything further? Well, I just want to thank our Dr. C. Brown for explaining lagging data versus leading data, and it's because of you that we are all familiar with these terms. So when Mr. Moskowitz mentioned lagging data, I knew exactly what he was talking about. So thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is a great improvement, and I look forward to seeing a policy being brought for us to consider. And it also underscores the fact that we need to be monitoring our policies to make sure that they are up to date and still serve the needs of our students, which when you take a look at a policy that's from 1998, that needs to be a part of our work. And I appreciate the suggestion of having that included in our goals and guardrails governance that we're working on. So if there are no further questions or anything, I'll just thank you for the work that you've done, and thank you for the presentation. And next on the agenda, we have School of Choice for High School, Dr. Salazar.
Hi, hello. So I just want to say good evening and thank you to everyone for hanging in there, and to all our viewers, thank you so much. And so good evening to President Craighead, to board members and senior team members. This evening, I'm here tonight with Stephanie Heilig, who is our school choice administrator in our Department of Equity, Engagement, and Partnerships. And so tonight, before Stephanie comes up, you'll get a chance to hear about the great work she's been able to lead this year. And she'll be able to provide us with an update on our high school choice data. But before she does come up, I'd like to share the purpose of our work really lies in developing processes for our families during a very pivotal time in their life and in the life of their children. So with that said, our office provides and supports families with a clear and transparent timeline of events and activities that are related to the high school selection process. And that through these processes, or this process, which is informed by data and feedback that we've been able to engage in as we engage with our community and stakeholders, and as we reflect ourselves as staff and in collaboration with other staff within and across departments, the choice process in Long Beach Unified is an opportunity to access any school with varying pathways and programs. So right now I'd like to have Stephanie come up and have her share about the high school choice process and the placement for this year. And at the end, we'll welcome any comments and any questions that you may have. So I want to welcome Stephanie.
Thank you, Dr. Salazar, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. All right, let's see if I can figure this out. There we go. We engaged our families and stakeholders last year with thought exchange, exit surveys, and anecdotal data from meeting parents and students and staff. The big ideas that emerged were around family access and student engagement. Therefore, the following process improvements were made this year. You can see it on the screen. I'll go in detail into each one and talk about the impacts that each one had. The first improvement that we made was a shift in the timeline to include the 8th grade of fall semester. For context, prior to this year, GPA was calculated using only 6th and 7th grade. Also, the School of Choice application opened in January and closed before grades posted for 8th grade. By shifting our timeline, we received reports of increased student engagement at the middle school because the fall semester of 8th grade mattered in the GPA calculation, and students had an opportunity to improve their scores before the school choice process opened. In addition, school choice events were scheduled after the winter break for convenience and access. Another improvement we made was to standardize the enrollment for new and returning families to LBUSD. In the past, the choice office staff members would partially enroll families who then had to resubmit paperwork to the sites in the fall. This year, we leveraged sites as support hubs so that entering and returning families could properly enroll. I would like to acknowledge the work of the enrollment clerks, office assistants, and counselors in assisting our incoming and returning families. Because we are using online enrollment, we can still offer late enrolling families school choice selections. Families that enroll now receive a link to this document, allowing them to select from the available pathways and programs. We were better able to engage and connect with our families because the Choice Office had an informational booth at each of the 11 site visits. We also attended community engagement events and private school meetings. We developed relationships by shifting toward increased face time with our families. This also established credibility, transparency, and trust with our community with our consistent messaging. We identified middle schools that in 2022 had low rates of high school choice application completion, and working in collaboration with the middle school office, we encouraged middle schools to engage with our families and encourage families to complete a high school choice application. As a result, we saw an overall 5% increase in the number of completed applications. I'd also like to take this moment to shout out to the following schools who made large gains between 5 and 10%, and that would be with Hamilton, Lindbergh, Franklin, and Washington. Their efforts illustrate the power of using schools as support hubs. Showcasing all of the work that our schools did for all of their efforts and hard work this year to engage our families, we have some feedback to share with you from our parents to reflect these efforts. The results are consistent with our information from last year. Our website and high school site visits were the most utilized resources. A notable decrease was with the high school choice helpline. Our inference is that many of our families received help during our outreach and engagement events. The second question on our exit survey for parents was, of the resources that were used, parents reported that our website and site visits were the most useful for them, followed by the Saturday Choice Fair, as indicated by the purple bars or the bars to the right-hand side of the graph that you can see. This data will be shared with our stakeholders as we prepare for school choice next year. Because we define choice as providing students an opportunity to access varying pathways and programs, then we anchored ourselves by asking, who's not benefiting from our system? The changes to our choice process led to changes in the way that we place students. We recognize that many of our pathways and programs are impacted. In past years, students living outside of LBUSD were placed at the same time that our resident students were placed. However, this year, by placing our resident students first, we gave them priority placement into all programs. It also improves the ability to create a master calendar based on residential enrollment. Feedback from last year let us know that parents were unaware of the impacted pathways and programs, and they may have made different selections if given more information. Based on the last 2 years of data, we added a pop-up feature during the application process to better inform families. As a result, placement was spread across sites, highlighting increased access to varying pathways and programs. To highlight what we mean by this, let's take a look at McBride High School. As a reminder, McBride is a thematic high school and does not give residential preference. This year, more students will attend McBride from the following schools listed than in years prior. Of note is the increased number of students that will be attending from Hamilton, Hughes, and Washington. We gathered feedback around the challenges that families may have encountered with accessing the application, and we reached out to all of our families who did not submit an application. As our office reached out to families, we identified students that were not actively enrolled and/or expressed other plans for high school enrollment. As a result, we had an accurate picture of where we could place students. To illustrate this point, we can look at previous placement trends. In the past, students that did not submit an application were automatically placed at their high school of residence, including our non-active students and students with plans to enroll in other districts, and even families who needed support in the process. The enrollment at some schools was inflated, knowing that some students did not plan on attending. Students from Powell, Lindsay, and Lindbergh would typically attend Jordan. Hughes would attend Pauley or Jordan, and Hoover attended either Lakewood or Milliken. This year, with more accurate enrollment numbers, we can see on the map that students from Hughes and Hoover made selections at Jordan and did not have to be automatically placed. Based on our placement data from the last 2 years, more students have selected Jordan as their first choice, both as a resident or as a school choice selection. When we were here last year, we celebrated the percentage of students that were placed in their first choice selection. However, as we closed last year's process and we discussed the improvements that we would make, we came back to our anchoring question: who is not benefiting from the process? We started to take a look at what a third and a fourth choice selection means for our families. For context, a fourth choice is a forced choice. This is to mean that if your selections were not honored, you ended up at your school of residence. So when you take a look at the next slide, you can see how that focus impacts placement. We can see on our slide here that our first and second choice combined remains at 95%. However, we also see that compared to last year, less students were placed in their fourth choice. Bottom line, we honored more school choice selections this year compared to last year. So, how does that translate to our student population? When we look at the placement data by ethnicity, we can see that of the 88% of students that got their first choices in column 1, this is the breakdown in demographic data. Of the 7.3% that got their second choice, this is also a breakdown in the student demographic data. This gives our department an opportunity to compare this data with our current district demographics and decide what our next steps will be. Part of our next steps will be increasing our outreach efforts, especially focusing on establishing relationships, building new ones, and fostering collaboration with special attention given to our marginalized families. Specifically, we will engage with parents as they navigate the transition to high school. We plan to enhance the high school choice fair by offering breakout sessions for families to onboard them to the high school requirements. This could include, and is not limited to, our A through G completion rates and requirements and what that means. What does it mean to apply for school choice and offer application support? And to offer some parent view stations so that families can update their information on our system. This concludes our presentation, and I know at this time Dr. Salazar and I are open to any questions that the board may have for us.
Dr. Benitez.
So I hope that my questions are taken in the spirit of equity and excellence and building and improving. We inevitably have some upset students and families through our school of choice process. We've heard from some of those students and parents and caregivers and families. So I want to start off with acknowledging that we have listened and we have heard that through our current and historical school of choice processes, inevitably we will have some students that will not get into their school of choice, right? Whether we're talking elementary school, middle school and K-8, and or our high school pathway. So I want to start with that. And my framing is much like we hear a tale of two cities, real or perceived, we also hear a tale of two districts. And I think it's reflected, I want to anchor it in the data, by there are some schools that get more school of choice applications, and there are some schools that get less school of choice applications. And they happen to be, tell two districts, in certain parts of our district, right? Not exclusively, but there's a pattern, and we've had data presentations that share, that demonstrate that there are real and or perceived differences across our district, but also within schools that pertain to certain subgroups within those schools. We have disparate educational outcomes. I don't think anyone in here is going to get offended or worried. This is the brutal data that we want to build on, improve on. So I'm saying all of that because I'm left with, at the end of the day, to me, apart from career and college pathways, I think there still is this inherent systemic sort of foundational structural issue that if we did right, I'm going to use Ms. Childs, by students at their neighborhood schools, I think we would have less, again, not discounting that there are specific careers and college pathways that students and families are interested in, but if we did right by more of our schools that are not where we want them to be, that we wouldn't have as many students and families wanting to go to a different school, right? They would be proud and would want to go to, if not their neighborhood school, another school in a quote-unquote part of town that would be less desirable to some students and families. So here's what I want to get at. The last data piece to me is so important, illustrative of this. Again, anchoring it in equity and excellence, and it's the ethnicities for completed applications. And I want to test whether I'm understanding the data correctly. So if you all say, no, Juan, this is not what the data is showing. How I'm reading this data is that more Black and Latinx students are getting their third or fourth choice versus their first or second choice. Is that a correct read?
Correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm. By the same token or rationale, more white students get their first or second choice than their third or fourth choice, right? And here's where I want to lift this up. I think, I'm sorry, white students, I saw, yes, 12.9, 10.6 get their first or second versus 4% get their third or fourth choice. And I want to lift up that this is, to me, a combination of geography and demographics, right? That's why I want to lift up this tale of two cities. We have a segregated school district by geography, and it ends up impacting where students end up going and which students want to go to a school outside of their geography and which students want to go to a school within their geography. So I'm going to open kind of my question up to what is our sort of strategic, broader level thinking on doubling down on making sure that every school in our district is doing their very best, while at the same time wanting to provide options for students that are pursuing a specific pathway in the arts or in STEM or what have you, so that we don't have to, on an ongoing basis, continue to reconcile that we have Black students and Latinx students that don't get their first or second choice. And to me, the interpretation is, well, because they're concentrated in specific neighborhoods and communities, and they want to go to schools outside of those neighborhoods and communities, that may be impacted, right? That may be more difficult for all students in general to get in. And again, I'm doing a lot of sort of back and forth, but the broader question to me is sort of strategically thinking, if we continue with a school of choice process where there is impact or there are impacted programs, there will be students and families that will be sad, upset, because they didn't get their first or second choice. And what the data is telling me is that there are more Black and Latinx students that are not getting into their first or second choice. And there are more white students that are getting into their first or second choice. So it's open.
So I appreciate the question, and we have the same reflection. But I think that I've often heard the genius is in the room. So I will also defer to members of the senior team to address your question directly. But I think Mr. Camarino wants to jump in, or I don't know who's the one. He's pointing at somebody.
I guess my question is really from a data standpoint. I'll rely, Chris, help me think through this. When we say that whether students are getting their first or second or third or fourth choice by ethnicity, this data was not actually by ethnicity in that regard. It's of the students that got their first choice, 10.4% were black. We know that the majority of our students, 88%, based on the previous slide, actually got their first choice. So simplicity saying there are 5,000 students, 88% of them got their first choice. Of those students, 10% were black. So the majority of all of our ethnicities, is my assumption actually, got their first or second choice. Of the students in that last column, which we know is 1.8 and 2.8 combined, so 4.6%. Of that 4.6%, in this case, 17.8% were black. So that's probably of the 500 students in that remaining group, we had a small number. So all those are small numbers in that last column, generally speaking, by comparison to the total. Is that safe?
For example, if you read it, there were a total of 4,750 students that were placed this school year. So of those students, 10% of those students, 10.4, because my eyes are, of the black students received their first choice. When you take a look at the black students, you would read up and down the column.
But you wouldn't say 10.4% of the black students.
No,
you would say
correct.
10.4% of students who got their first choice were black.
I love it. I love it. This is why I love this conversation.
Yeah, it's a different way of looking at it. We can pull it the other way.
So now that we're there, this is what I wanted to confirm, right? The 17.6% is still higher than the number of black students proportionally that we have in our district. The 61.7% is still higher than the proportionate number of Latino students. So I'm going to put it back, right? So then why show us, what is it, I'm not questioning it. What is this data actually telling us then?
It's a breakdown of the ethnicity of students.
But what can we conclude or deduce, or how does this inform our strategic thinking about school of choice? If it's broken down that way, and I just confirmed what the data is actually telling us, then how do we use this data?
One of the things our staff, when we reflect, we take a look at, we compare the current demographics of our enrollment in our district. For example, I'll highlight Pacific Islanders, for example. We are at 1.1%. They're highly underrated in the first choice. But when we took a look across all the completed applications, we know we have work and outreach to do specifically with our Pacific Islander community to inquire, are you aware of how the choice process works? Are you aware of the pathways that are available across our schools? I know that you asked several things about how do we improve school programming and the desire of students to stay within their own schools and not have to access the choice. But going back to this in particular and how we are reflecting on these numbers and why we show them is because there's opportunities here to take a look at who do we need to continue to engage with and why, and to ask them about their choices and how they're making their choices. Is it because they fall out of their first choice? Is it because they fall out of their second choice? Could we do a better, and we need to do a better job of informing how the choices impact where they're placed. To mean, if I am a student who may not be qualifying for, or is not interested in a program at a particular high school, but I want to attend that high school, and they're unaware of the impact or how impacted it may be, that may be why they're being, if I may stick with Pacific Islander student population, why they have a really high number in comparison to their student population.
And Dr. Salazar, I'm going to push back here because I think I think we're making the same point.
Yeah, we're making the same point.
Right? operating on the premise that our goal is to have as many students that know what that first and choice and second choice implication is, make it there, right? Again, just simple deduction on my end. Even if we encourage more Black and Latinx students, our data shows that a higher percentage of those that got their choice are still getting their third or fourth choice instead of their first or second choice. So again, just using rational out loud here, Dr. C. Brown, even if 100 more Latinx students and 100 more Black students applied, theoretically, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are more, that there would be a higher propensity for them to get their first or second choice. Or does it, right? That's what I'm asking. Like, how are we thinking through strategically that, look, I don't think anyone is not aware that we are a segregated district and city by geography, right? That there are more concentrations of Latinx students in certain parts of our district than there are in other parts. So if our schools that are the most impacted, with the exception of Poly Pace, potentially, are not in those neighborhoods, then it would be harder. Again, I don't think I'm saying anything in here that folks don't know or understand. Jay, you keep on nodding yes. And again, I'm going to say it just the way it is. Cabrillo and Jordan, let's say that those are our best, highest, let's say that we have Sato and Cams at Cabrillo and at Jordan. In theory, you would have folks that don't live in those communities want to be at Cabrillo and Jordan, right? In theory. So that's what I'm trying to get at here. How does the ethnicities that complete applications divided up by percentage, what you just said, how do we think through still that broader system where we have certain schools in certain parts of town that are more impacted, that receive more school of choice applications, given the demographic lay of our geography? That's the question, Dr. Lund.
I can comment a bit too of these because in our high school office we get the appeals and the school of choice applications after the fact when they get accepted to their schools. I think too what the choice office is doing is really smart in the pop-ups. So oftentimes, to your point, is if a student really wants out of their community, they will choose one school and choose all those pathways from one particular school only, where it'd be really more strategic to put different schools versus then their third choice or fourth choice is their school of residence. But it's really being more strategic of how you're choosing your schools for that third and fourth choice. But some of our families are set on leaving their community and put that one school with those particular pathways only, thinking that's their best chance, and sometimes that isn't their best chance. So to your point of their third or fourth choice could really have only been two schools, right? I chose X school, and then I had to choose my third school was my home school or my fourth choice, but really I was dead set on going to one school. So it's really more educating our parents with the pop-ups of maybe saying, hey, you're choosing another school in the same, a pathway in the same school, consider other options, and maybe throwing percentages in there to let parents know that this is another way to really have your second or first or second choice really be something attainable.
If I can respond, sorry. Also, Dr. Benitez, I think, just to piggyback on what Dr. Camarino has said, I think also in our messaging about choice, I think we're going to try to use the word selections. Families believe if I put 3 schools down, I'm going to get one of my 3. And I think we have to do definitely a much better job of explaining to families, it starts with selection 1. If you fall out of that, it goes to 2. You're not going to get perhaps, all of your 3. So I think that goes with the messaging that we're trying to do in our outreach of families, and we can see our definite populations that we need to target and get that messaging out. But I absolutely agree with you. Yeah.
I wanted to add in to the conversation, something that our community regularly teaches us is that we need to ask them. So something that stands out to me, especially with the Black and Latinx third and fourth choice placement numbers, is we need to ask some students and families what caused that, and was that what they wanted, or was that what they received? And I think that when we do that, we can learn a lot. And the other thing I want to highlight is that you mentioned geography, and you were talking in terms of demographics, and I was thinking in terms of the structure of our city. We have a really unique situation at Poly. Poly is our only school that can't support the residential students who live in the neighborhood. So that's really important as we look at attendance boundaries and how we provide support in areas, the programs that are offered. But the story that's not often told is currently we have about 400 Poly residents who couldn't go to their school of residence if they chose because there are too many students in the area. And I have a feeling, if my hypothesis is correct, I have a feeling that in that Black and Latinx data, specific to that very dense part of our city, that there's a story to be gained there. So since we're hypothesizing together, which really this whole presentation is about process improvements, it's not a perfect process. It's a process that serves the greater majority of our students. And we hear some stories from people who didn't get exactly what they wanted, and those are real stories. But I think in the sharing of this data, it's what can we learn, how can we do better, and how can we ask our community what they're experiencing rather than tell them what we think they need.
Ms. Lopez.
Yeah, I also think that it's important to involve the schools. They know the community. They know they used to be part of the process, and the process has changed over the years. And the schools have no say in terms of bringing a representative to work with the process. So a recommendation is to involve the schools in this process. It brings transparency. It allows them to see the process that you are taking. And then also, I think this year there was a problem in some cases, the number of students that were allowed into programs such as PACE and CIC in comparison to other years, those numbers were reduced. And so I know that we have teachers right now asking to allow those students on their wait list into the program, and they're willing to take more students in the classroom. So I think that that's something that you should consider, because you have teachers very willing to teach and make those placements for those students who were denied access into these programs. And just one more thing, I think we can do a better job in making sure we don't guarantee placement for students when we know we're not going to fulfill that. If we don't have the space, let's not guarantee them, because that's what we did, and that's where the problem stems from.
So in response to your comments, Ms. Lopez, I just want to highlight for everybody who's listening that every school had opportunity to participate in the process, and Ms. Heilig leads a really nice process alongside the high school office, administrative teams and staff from every school, where they look at the data once the choices have been made, and they make a determination together about what the size of each program will be based on the request. So that feels really important to mention in response to what you shared. And then specifically in response to your comments about CIC and PACE, I also think it's important to highlight, in reference to what I just stated about the Poly area, is that it would be really challenging for us to increase the class size or section size of a specialized program when we have so many students who live in the Poly area that are not able to access the school. And so that's through an equity lens, that's a really important part of that conversation.
But also keep in mind that we also need to integrate students in schools, so kids need to learn from diverse students. So we do need to have students from other areas that bring different experiences to schools, just like we need them at Cabrillo, we need them at Jordan, we need students from the north side or from the west side, also in Wilson at Milliken. So we do need to keep that in mind, that we do need to integrate our schools and bring those different lenses into our high schools.
Mr. Miller?
All right. Well, first off, I just wanted to thank both Maria and Juan for their comments, as I think that they're both speaking to not just our thoughts from the dais, but a lot of the comments that we've heard from folks who've done public comment as well. So thank you again. One of the things that I was doing as I was sitting here and I was looking at the data, which first off was very, very helpful. I'm appreciative of that. I'll tell you, when I was in the mentoring space and was helping young 8th graders figure out what high schools they were going to go to 10 plus years ago, I too was helping through the high school choice process, and we'd have somebody from the district come down and teach our parents how to go through it. And even then it was a bit cumbersome and new to a lot of people. And so understanding that this process has evolved, as I watch and learn today, I appreciate all of the information that you've shared. In all of this, I removed my, I'll call, school board member hat for a second, and I put on my CEO hat. And so when I'm often receiving data, I ask the question, what information do I feel like is missing? And so I had to break it down to the point of, what are we talking about with the high school choice process? Really, high school choice is a conduit between kids in the 8th grade going on to high school. In all honesty, it is really talking about a customer satisfaction component for the students in our district, not necessarily just based on the quality of the education that they're going to receive at whatever campus that they choose, but it's also about their sense of home and belonging at those places. We know we're going to have a direct correlation, right? So with that understanding that really we're talking about customer satisfaction, I think you brought it up perfectly, Dr. Brown, in regards to, I think that's the piece that's missing from today's presentation, where we're hearing and seeing the data around the parents and the students who have gone through the high school choice process. And they're letting us know, I think that this process was successful. I had questions, I had concerns about this piece, because I think that that information, more than anything, is what this presentation is about, in conjunction with the demographic data and the geographical data. Once again, this process, to me, is talking about customer satisfaction, and with all due respect, I think that that piece is missing from today's conversation. I don't know how we capture that piece. I don't know what that looks like, but I do think that it would be an important piece for us to know, because as we've seen from the folks who have come to our board meetings week after week, yes, there are a few people that are disgruntled about their high school choice process with CIC and PACE. And we receive the emails, not just about those programs in particular, but others. And so I think that this is an opportunity for us to, like was said earlier, this is a process improvement opportunity. That's what we're speaking to. But unfortunately, I think that data, with all due respect, isn't here today. But I'd be interested to see some of that in the future.
Mr. Miller, can I engage you in a hypothetical, little just you and I, just to build that, conversational?
I'm a little nervous, but okay, let's do it.
Because I also feel like we should be having a conversation amongst ourselves here and not be as a...
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay. Neither of us have the exact data, so let's generalize here based on what's being shared. Would you say there are more people of color in our districts versus in Mr. Otto's district?
If I had to make an assumption, I would have to assume.
Okay.
Yes.
So just inferring from that, if people of color, students of color from our district want to go to another school outside of our district, and again, just hypothetically saying, Mr. Otto's, then we would have potentially students of color from our district go through school of choice, applying for schools outside of our current districts that may be more impacted, that may be receiving more applications.
Correct.
How do we reconcile what you just shared with the fact that we may have more students from our districts that are students of color, Title I, potentially first gen, potentially have more challenges with transportation, potentially have more access to the resources, to the information to make those decisions. And they also happen to be, and let's use Dr. Brown's point, in a neighborhood potentially around Poly, where they may not also get into their own neighborhood school?
Was that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, no,
Because,
it's that's the conversation I'm trying to figure out. How do we have that conversation?
Yeah.
Right? Where there's a geography component, but then there's also the structural thing of that our parts of town are more dense, right? Hence the Poly question. All right. So if we have to have a hard conversation, I want to be able to have that conversation. Yes, there will be exceptions, right? And I'm taking Sato and CAMS out of this element right now. We're talking about a large comprehensive, because I think those are the conversations with our communities, with our students, that then could impact how we think through these issues.
But once again, and I think this is a coffee talk, because I think that that's a philosophical question.
Sure.
Right? Because when you talk about our CTE spaces, right? If I'm somebody who is interested in the trades and I live on the east side of town, one of the best campuses to go to for the trades would actually be Cabrillo. Technically, I don't know how many kids are choosing Cabrillo as that campus, but in the same token, if I'm somebody who is interested in culinary arts, then I would choose Browning as my top school. But that has once again, I'm going to speak from an Eric perspective. That is at no disregard to my neighborhood.
Correct.
This is a focus around my future career decision. And I would hope that the students of the Long Beach Unified School District would feel that they're receiving a high quality education if I go to Browning just as much as I do when I go to Cabrillo and Jordan and some of our high schools in some of our tougher part of town. So now, is that the case? Once again, we're talking about a customer satisfaction component of it. And so that's where we're.
So I'm going to bring it back to the board goals and guardrails.
Eric. All right.
Because I think that this is an opportunity for us as a board to engage in, okay, what are our priorities? If our data shared with us, Mr. Miller, is Black and brown students are less likely to complete A through G.
Yes.
Right? And that a lot of that happens after the 9th grade. Right? And that most of our Black and brown students are concentrated in specific parts of our town. Strategically, how do we think through, how do we then lift up our Black and brown students, given that they're not completing coursework, that would prepare them to be successful in some of our programs that are not currently, let's say, as diverse as they could be to reflect the demographics of our district. I think, again, it's a broader systems conversation for me. That what are our priorities? If our priority is to have an equitable playing field for school of choice, I think there are challenges along the way that we've all talked about, candidly, right? In terms of who's eligible to apply, who's a best fit for certain pathways, who has interest in college and career options that could be at a pathway in their own neighborhood. So that's the conversation to me. I think that as we think about board goals, what are we using as determinants for success? Yeah. All right. At the same time that we're asking questions about and addressing this broader data. So my question is really, and it's not, I don't have an answer. I wasn't trying to set anyone up. Like, how do we use this data here to inform those larger systems policy conversations so that Juan Benitez doesn't go off on a tangent deducing what this data could or potentially doesn't mean. All right, so that I'm challenging our board. I think that's where our board goals conversation, because then we can hold ourselves accountable to things that we prioritize.
Right.
I do have another question. So the students that who did not get into their first choice or second choice and were placed in a school not of their choice and decide in a year from now that this was not for me. Didn't want this school, this is not for me. What is the likelihood they're going to be transferred out when they make that request? And what was the percent, well, how many students requested a transfer this year and were actually granted that transfer out of their school? Or their program, for that matter.
The large majority of our school of choice applications are, as you all know, are impacted really heavily in 9th grade. So for example, if you go to a heavily populated school like Poly for ninth grade, regardless of pathway, and you select and you go somewhere else and you want to go to Poly for the following year, it really depends on space. Can our schools make schedules for those students? And typically in ninth and 10th grade, it's a challenge. For school of choice applications for 11th and 12th grade, which happens sometimes too, 90+% of those students get to choose to go to 11th or 12th grade for whatever circumstance, right? There's a lot of personal matters that usually cause people to want to leave, but once a student arrives at their school, we get typically maybe 20 school of choice applications for 9th to 10th or 10th to 11th. They're very minimal because once a student is out of school, they want to stay there. And once they've made those connections with our students, with other students, with their pathway, with their, you know, when they do link crew, most of our students, like I said, 90+% usually, well, 98% or higher, want to stay at their school once they're there.
And what is the percent of students that are granted their transfers?
Like,
This year,
again,
for example.
Right. I'd have to look at the data because they're coming in now. We're actually looking at the space. So it really is contingent upon the space that they have at the schools. So whether that pathway has enough room, what the parents select, it just depends on. But typically, like as I mentioned, it's a little bit more challenging to go from 9th to 10th grade. But 10th to 11th and 11th to 12th, it's not many. It's a handful. But again, it depends on space.
Can you provide that
Sure,
data
definitely, yes.
maybe for the last 3 years?
Definitely, yes, we
Thank
can.
you.
President Craig, I just want to go back to something because we got far away from quality core instruction and the sequences that students experience in every single one of our schools. So I just want to take a moment to go back and remind all of us that in every single one of our schools, in the pathways that students experience, there are A through G course sequences. Most of them, all of the traditional pathways, the linked learning pathways, have a CTE course sequence. All of our pathways have have AP courses that align to the theme or the industry area of the pathway. So to your question, ideally, every school is a school of choice for the right student, and that every school is a place where a student who is interested in the pathway theme decides, I'm really interested in engineering, so I'm going to Cabrillo, regardless of where I live, or because I live in the Cabrillo neighborhood and don't want to leave that neighborhood. I don't need to go to McBride for engineering. I know that I've got a quality program in my neighborhood. So I think let's not get too far away from over a decade of effort and looking at the 4 pillars of linked learning, which maybe we can come back and talk about what every pathway has in it at every school, so that we're ensuring that there's quality core experience and opportunity for every one of our students. So I appreciate the conversation. It gives us a lot to think about in terms of what the data does tell us. As we're thinking about different kinds of community engagement, it takes us back to what Dr. Brown expressed. We've got to ask students and their families why they selected what they selected. So there's lots of opportunities in this, and there's somewhat of an incomplete story, as a number of us have said, in what you're looking at tonight. The other thing is, I appreciate the slide that, it doesn't have a number, but it is available pathways and programs as of 5/15/23. And I'll just call attention to that because these are pathways across the city. They are not only, you can go to, there's space left at, as has been said, not that I'm saying it, but as has been said, Cabrillo or Jordan, for example. There are spaces, I'm to read this slide, spaces available in McBride Engineering, in Sato Engineering and Biomedical Pathway, in Lakewood Hosum. Correct? Is that a correct statement? These are what families are now being offered if they are appealing and or coming into the district after our registration window has closed. So it is not one school where there are spaces available. You can see that it is pathway dependent, could be geographical location for some families, but pathways across the city.
Mr. Otto, looks like you have a question or comment. Oh, we can't hear you. There you go. We can hear you now. No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you
Hello?
now.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So, there's a historical dimension to this, and I'm worried that we ask the right questions to try and get answers to these very, very important topics. When Poly PACE was started in the late 60s and 70s, they wanted to get more people down there for reasons that we're not talking about now, but which were very important to people in Long Beach about the future of the Long Beach Unified School District. It started out that they would do a class a day. Then it became more of that, half a day, then all day. And there are people that believe that by doing that, what we did was provide a pathway to the future for the Long Beach Unified School District, given who it was that we were. Those are not the questions that are being asked today. That's just kind of what happened at the beginning. So I'm very sympathetic to the idea that what we want to do is get our students where they want to go, where they will be happy and can be successful. And it's hard to put that together with, we're kind of crawling out of we're asking very different questions. I appreciate that we need to make sure that everything is as equitable as we possibly can make it. But we've got to make sure that we address all of the students in our district. And I don't know, like I think Eric Miller said, that you can easily say, get how people are happy in what they're doing, or how you collect that data, how you look at it, and how we measure success. We've got a little bit better information about that, but we may need to devote more resources to that if that's the ultimate question that we're going to want to ask. I think that these are, as Dr. Baker said, profound questions going forward. And we know what our goal is, our job is. Our job is to make sure our students are successfully educated in a way that they want to be educated and gives them a pathway to the future, whether it's into a job or into college. We had conversations recently about that the Long Beach College Promise hasn't been working the way that we thought that it would. That's a component of this that we're not talking about in this context very much, but I see these pathways and programs, and the question is, how do we marry our students to programs that they will succeed in and that they will want to be in, and then be satisfied in. I will give you one experience, which is a real aberration, but I've been devoting a reasonable amount of time to the Project Lead the Way program and how it's being done in Long Beach, which is probably the leading school in the state. I went to Sato with Mrs. Craighead and saw what was going on out there. And I think I said both to Ronnie Coleman and to Jill, this looks like the future of education to me. Kids, coming into that class in their off periods to do things, work on things that they were doing in their classes there and feeling totally engaged. They are not worried about what's happening in the bathrooms. They're not worried about, are they going to get out early? And I see that as the future of education in some ways, and that is having kids be fully engaged because they want to be there and making that an opportunity and available to all of our students. And those are the questions we need to answer. And the historical part of this, I think, is worth knowing about, and helps us to frame where we are and where it is that we're going, and knowing that this is not about de jure segregation or geographic segregation, meaning that we did it because of, intentionally and for reasons, but it's de facto. It is what it is now. The question is, how do we achieve our goals? That's a long-winded way of saying we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. I will leave this on a positive note. And so I will say that what I noticed in this report was that there are more students choosing Jordan that have historically chosen Jordan, people from out of the area that used to go somewhere else. That's a very positive note. And then also, I know it was mentioned about families having resources to send kids across town to different schools. And I believe we're still offering TAP cards. So we are helping those families with bus transportation, which does kind of eliminate that issue of transportation for a lot of kids. So we are making progress. There are good things happening. We always need to improve. We always need to take a look at the situation and see what can be done. But it is hopeful. So thank you. Thank you for all of that. We look forward to the next report when these improvements have been put in place.
And it'll include customer satisfaction data.
There we go. Thank you. I was going to say, jokingly here, I don't know if you recognized after Nia's presentation today, the cool kids don't call Jordan Jordan. It's called J-Town or the J. Yeah, so just so you know.
Thank you.
Okay, are you making another dig because I'm on the east side?
No,
Honestly.
not at all. I was just letting you know what the cool kids are calling it now.
Okay. Duly noted. I'm sure cool kids say that. All right. Okay, so we will move on to new business. So our first item of new business is approval of Resolution 051723-B, renewal of charter for Intellectual Virtues Academy, IVA, and approval of Special Education Memorandum of Understanding. Mr. James Suarez, there you are.
Good evening. Let's bring this place up a bit. Here we go. Tonight I bring a recommendation to adopt Resolution 051723-B, which approves a 7-year renewal for the Intellectual Virtues Academy Charter, as well as a memorandum of understanding to delineate roles for special ed services. I'm going to briefly give some background about the process that has led us to tonight's recommendation. Intellectual Virtues Academy, or IVA as it's commonly called, submitted a request for renewal of its charter petition on March 31st. A public hearing about the renewal was held here 2 weeks ago. Based on the charter renewal performance categories established pursuant to Education Code 47607, the California Department of Education has identified IVA as a high-performing charter and thus is eligible for renewal of 7 years. The district published staff recommendations on May 5th, including the recommended findings regarding IVA's renewal. The staff recommendations are still posted publicly at the charter school webpage on our district website. Based on these findings, IVA worked to address revisions to the renewal charter and their corporate records that were necessary in order to support our renewal. IVA has incorporated the necessary revisions and submitted a revised charter, which is the version that is being considered tonight. Since IVA has chosen to be a school of the district pursuant to Education Code 47641, it is necessary for the district and IVA to enter a memorandum of understanding that clearly delineates roles and responsibilities for these services. On a more personal note, the decade-long relationship that IVA staff and district staff has enjoyed is to be recognized as a key factor for this efficient renewal process. IVA staff has been very responsive to all inquiries and recommendations. So tonight I am pleased to bring forward Resolution 051723-B for approval to extend this relationship for another 7 years. I believe Ms. Jackie Bryant, IVA's founding principal, is here to briefly address the board. Jackie.
I imagine it's been a long night for you. I'm here just to say thank you to your staff and the employees of Long Beach Unified that our school has had the honor of interacting with. I want to say thank you to Jim Suarez, who has from the very beginning provided our team with empathy, consideration, and thoroughness. I cannot imagine the additional task that charter renewal has required of Mr. Suarez and his team in a short amount of time. And one moment. The team processed and reviewed the charter petition without any hint of a grumble. And I appreciate that, knowing that it is additional work. Instead, our school has been afforded ongoing regard throughout the process. I want to celebrate the staff that's been assigned to IVA that we've had the opportunity to interact with in our years, including, most recently, Lisa Ulmer, who prioritizes the equity of all students in the implementation of a large athletic program that we get to participate in. Stephanie Heilig, who just left, has run the high school choice process for our 78 promoting students this year and navigated some bumps in the road and was there the whole time, including supporting students like my own 8th grader who's heading to Renaissance High School. I have the privilege of being a Long Beach parent of a 5th grader, where I've observed the principal, Christopher Lounsbury, who's navigated behavior concerns and parent concerns with restorative practices, bringing the community into the conversation. Tracy Palmero has been the behavior supervisor assigned to our school over the years, who has worked for us and provided extensive support to the RSB teachers assigned to our school, special education team, and Norman Salguero this year. And previously, Wendy Rosenquist, who's now in a new position, Carrie DeLeon, Jennifer Marshall, occupational therapist, multiple school psychologists. I know that the staff that are assigned to our school are assigned to additional schools. And again, just like Mr. Suarez, they have given our school complete regard, our students complete regard, and our families. It is an honor and a privilege to partner with Long Beach Unified. We're looking forward to the next 7 years. For our students and families, thank you for your time. I'm grateful for the impact you, both the staff, extensively the staff, and your board has on our students. I'm looking forward to the ways we continue to grow to serve our students and families well. And as I get to say to our own nonprofit board, it's really enjoyable to watch you converse tonight. And also the long-lasting impact that you make by governing such a well-meaning district. I have the privilege to directly see. So thank you so much.
Thank
Applause. Just joking.
Actually, it kind of felt like there should be applause there. Okay. Okay, so we need a motion.
I motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Otto?
Just quickly, I have some personal experience with the school, which I really support. I have one problem though, and that is that for English learners, you've made great efforts, I think, to try and get more accurate percentage of English learners in your school, but you haven't been successful at it. I know that in the MOU, you've said we're going to try harder and do things, but in the report, it said that you have less than 1% of your total enrollment as English learners, whereas the English learners population for middle schools in the district ranges from about 4% to 24%. And so I'm really hoping that you not only double down, but in this, you're a school of the district, and therefore it's important that you guys take very seriously and find ways to get more English learners there, because I think it's good for everybody. And it's good for IVA, which is, like I said, a great school. I had a grandson that went there for a year and decided that they didn't have a very good football team, so he transferred to Wilson to play football. And but I think it's a great school, and I support it. But I'm hoping that you do better with English learners. That's all.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Okay, any further discussion? In which case we will take a roll call vote. Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that passes
Applause.
5-0. Now the applause.
Thank you.
Congratulations and keep up the good work. Next on the agenda, we have approval of the tentative agreement between CSEA Chapter 2, Unit A, and Long Beach Unified School District. I need a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor with a roll call vote. Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So 17.2 passes 5-0. Oh, yeah, I see we have somebody available if we need him. Okay, let's see. 17.3, approval of the tentative agreement between CSEA Chapter 2, Unit B, and the Long Beach Unified School District.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor with a roll call vote, Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that passes 5-0. 17.4, approval of memorandum of understanding between CSEA Chapter 2, Unit A, and Long Beach Unified School District regarding increased hours for instructional aid specials.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
I really just want to ask Steve a question, but there's no need.
All in favor with a roll call vote, Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So 17.4 passes with a 5-0 vote.
Could I just make a quick comment on, because I think everybody's going to ask about when they're going to get paid, because I know that's a big question for our CSA. So in case they haven't heard,
Yes.
now that it's been approved, June 7th will be the issuance of our retro checks, which will cover the retroactive payments for the 9% on schedule, and then in September is when they'll get the 3% off schedule.
Thank you. That was very important to mention, especially to the millions of people who are watching. Okay. 17.5, approval of memorandum of understanding between the Teachers Association of Long Beach, TALB, and Long Beach Unified School District.
Move to approve.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor with a roll call vote. Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So 17.5 passes with a 5-0 vote.
Can I make a
17.6,
quick comment? Thank you to Steve and Talb for working hard to come up with this agreement, and it's grateful to be out of ongoing negotiations here and looking forward to back to just education work. Thank you, Talb. Thank you, our negotiating team for the district.
I want to make sure we give a shout out to CSA as well, because the fact that we've been able to settle both in a couple of weeks is an amazing feat. So we're very grateful for that.
and we won't talk about the previous couple of years. Okay. Approval of Resolution 051723-A, supporting Classified School Employee Week. Dr. Benitez, I'd like you to read that for us.
Thank you, Chairperson, Chairwoman. Resolution of the Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District supporting Classified School Employee Week. Whereas an informed, educated citizenry is the foundation for the success of our democracy, our economy, and America's future, and whereas classified employees, often operating largely in the background and out of the limelight, provide essential support and contribute immeasurably to the quality education programs for our children, youth, and adults, touching the lives of so many individuals with a profound and lasting effect. And whereas dedicated classified employees display a deep commitment to our public schools, helping to create an environment conducive to excellence and equity for thousands of students. And whereas the Long Beach Unified School District is recognized as a leading school system thanks in large part to classified employees whose daily work is deeply appreciated by everyone in our school communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District hereby proclaims May 21st through the 27th as Classified School Employee Week, and urges everyone to express their deep gratitude to all classified employees for their vital services to students of the Long Beach Unified School District.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I guess thank you to all of our classified employees, and there's a celebration on Friday where we will be able to thank a lot of people in person, not everybody, but as the resolution encourages us to acknowledge our classified employees, that's just a little message for us all. Let's see. Okay, Mr. Otto.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Dr. Benitez.
Aye.
Ms. Lopez.
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that resolution is approved 5-0. Next, we have approval of Resolution 051723-C, authorizing and ratifying emergency water leak remediation work at Jordan High School.
Move for approval?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Work at J-Town you meant, right, President Craighead?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. I meant at J-Town. That's just not what's written on my agenda, and so that's why I didn't say it that way. But you're right, J-Town. I just have a question. Is there any way we can prevent further vandalism at this particular building at J-Town? Because it seems like there's this one particular, Mr. Rising, there's one particular building that has been vandalized repeatedly.
Yes, and that has been a concern and challenge for us. This particular building was in the process of being vacated to begin a construction process on this building. This is our science building at Jordan High School, and so this was a situation where vandals were able to enter the building and be able to do this damage to really result in water damage. And we needed to quickly move to be able to ensure that we didn't have a mold challenge or other types of continuing damage in the building. Since then, now that it is actually part of the construction program, it's under security guard that we have at the school site to ensure that we don't have this ongoing challenge at the school site. It probably would have been slightly different if we would have had more individuals in the building at the time, but because it was in the process of being vacated, it was kind of a opportune moment for vandals to get in there and do the damage that they did, unfortunately.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Any other further discussion? No, Mr. Otto.
Just quick comment. Why has there been any effort to identify and do anything with these vandals? Has the police department been involved? It's an awful lot of money and damage for apparently no good reason at all.
So I'll answer that. Yeah, we've worked with our school safety department and also the local law enforcement to report the incident and to have the incident investigated. Unfortunately, our camera systems, nor did we have any witnesses that witnessed the vandalism happening. So we're kind of in a position where we have to let law enforcement do their job and investigate as they see appropriate. But as we move forward, we all obviously want to repair the building and do the work that we need to do to be able to bring it back to the students so that they can use it in the instructional program.
Great.
Okay, all in favor, Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So item 7 17.7 passes 5-0. Approval of Resolution 051723-D, member auto absence due to illness.
Move for approval.
Well, let's have a second.
Second.
And discussion, Mr. Otto?
Yeah, I just wanted you to know I'm going to abstain since this involves me, and so I'm going to just abstain from the vote.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that passes 4 with 1 abstention. And we're at report of board members. So, Mr. Otto, we'll start with you since we have you on the screen.
Okay, thank you. I will be very, very brief. I want to thank my fellow members of the board for hanging in there with me with this illness that I've been going through, and finally tonight being able to participate if remotely. And so I really appreciate it. You've reached out to me and asked if there are things that you can do, and I'm still a full-on member of this board and trying to live up to my responsibilities and my relationships with all of you. So thank you. With that, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Doug, you take care of yourself, but hurry up and get back here. All right. The only thing that I was going to share, and I'm really excited about, is the district's first Black grad event. I've seen a number of different districts who have had a large influx of African Americans go to these towns. You see it predominantly in the IE, where they have these Black grad events. And it's an exciting piece because a lot of those folks come from LA or parts of San Diego, and all things considered, they are families who went to those parts of town to be able to afford a home, etc. All things considered, it creates a sense of community in those parts of town, as though they know that they're not all from there or they're first generations to the IE and to these neighborhoods. They're all one big family. And in some strange way, I think that we should celebrate that here in Long Beach, even though we aren't going to be first generation African Americans in our city. Heck, I was the 3rd person in my family to graduate from the Long Beach Unified School District, and we have 4th generation and 5th generation. But it still doesn't change the fact that we're all one big family. And so to have this one big celebratory event centered around achievement, academic achievement in particular, around community, and getting to be with one another, I think is going to be pretty gosh darn cool. And so I'm excited for this event in particular. If I'm not mistaken, we have about 200 people signed up, and there's still some opportunities, right? All right. So I'm looking forward to it, and I wanted to thank all parties involved in putting this event together, as once again, I think that this is another way to improve customer satisfaction.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez.
Mr. Otto, if you're still listening, wishing you well, and we're going to see you soon. So I want to thank everyone that provided public comment and has been emailing us a comment as well. Always appreciate when folks make the time to come out and share their perspectives with us. I particularly want to thank tonight. I didn't think that I was going to contribute to keeping us here so long. But I really do want to thank our staff and teams that presented tonight. It's hard sometimes because we try to cram in a lot of stuff into sometimes 2 board meetings a month. So just deep appreciation from my end to all the thoughtfulness and work that goes into these presentations. We don't often get a chance to just get a scope of everything that we're doing. And just, as you can tell by my questions, I love that we get presentations and data. Sometimes I analyze and over comment on things. So I'll try to do better on being more strategic with my questions, Madam Chair. But just can't thank our staff enough for being brutally honest and transparent and intentional, that all of this is about doing right for our students. So thank you. And thank you for everyone in engaging in those conversations, including you indulging me there for a minute, Mr. Miller. And then finally, thanking our classifieds again for being the backbone of our campuses. My fifth grader every day loves how well maintained her campus is, and it's in large part due to all the efforts on the facility side of the house. And not that that's the only thing our classifieds do, but particularly with how great our campuses look right now in the spring, as we are about to venture into graduations and promotions and celebrations. So thank you to all our classifieds.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez.
I'd also like to thank our support staff for all of your work. And of course, your work, if you're out there, support staff, is critical to student success. I'd like to also invite the community this Friday to Long Beach Poly's CIC's 40th anniversary. We're going to have a picnic at Poly High at 5:30. So you're all invited. And I'm going to take this opportunity to thank the teachers, the counselors, the coordinators in the CIC program for all of your work. Thank you for preparing our students for college and beyond. And then finally, I'd like to just congratulate the Jordan High School students who were accepted into the college of their choice or to the program of their choice beyond high school. I'm looking forward to celebrating with them in their upcoming graduation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of things to mention. The other day, I was at Washington Middle School for the Asian American Pacific Islander event, which was very fun. I had the opportunity to speak with one of our graduating 8th graders from Washington, and I just wanted to share that. I think out of all the students I could have chosen to really have a conversation with, I think she was a very good example of what we do right and what goes well in our schools, because this is an 8th grader who's headed, she's headed to Poly for the PACE program. She also plays basketball. She's looking forward to also playing lacrosse. She's on the yearbook staff, but she said that she probably won't have time for that next year because she wants to be in sports in addition to being in PACE. She's a very high achiever and very mature, so Michaela, was wonderful to meet you. So a fun event. They had music, they had games, there was a Korean Jacks game, and when I was in elementary school, we had jacks, but they had a lot of sharp edges. You may have seen pictures or, I don't know, history books or something, but they're sharp edges. We played with them anyhow. These Korean jacks, soft edges, nobody gets hurt, so I really like that. Anyhow, there was a chopstick competition. They had a container of these little fuzzy, like cotton ball things, I don't know. And then they had 15 seconds. There were 2 students, and they had to use chopsticks to move the cotton balls from the big thing to a little cup, and then whoever had the most won that round, and they had candies or you get chopsticks. That was very fun. Kids are very talented. And there was a snack tasting booth that one of our teachers, one of our wonderful Washington teachers, set up. So he had snacks from the Philippines, Korea, and Japan. And he had little tasting opportunities. So the kids, first of all, in order to receive a snack to taste, they had to know at least one Asian country, be aware of one Asian country, and they had to rate the snack. And I tasted a snack from Korea. It was very good. I forgot what it was called, but I would try that again. And let's see. I should put my glasses on so I can see.
Always food.
Oh, I know. I have a bad reputation. Listen, I go places and people tell me about that, and I thought, I think I mentioned that too much. And then there was induction night. Was that just last night? Holy cow. So that was really great to be a part of their celebration from a year of this induction training. I was in a breakout room with 4 teachers, and they talked about their reflections for their first year of teaching. And they talked about the challenges. They talked about what went well, what they learned. They are all, well, here was the highlight. When they talked about what went well and when they talked about their students, they lit up. It doesn't get better than that. It just doesn't get better than that. We have great teachers, and I'm thinking, as challenging as a first year is, and these teachers are still happy about what they're doing, and they just want the best for their students. That's all we ask for. They want all their students to achieve, and so they discuss their strategies and how they get there. So I hope that we can always support them. I hope that we're always there, as we've been there for their first year, that we're always there to support these new teachers. And then this morning, I had an opportunity to attend a production of Annie with Mr. Moskowitz, our superintendent, Dr. Baker. And I'll just say, for a day where we're talking about the visual and performing arts, to be at an elementary school, to see this production, absolutely fabulous. The lead, the girl who played Annie, Anaya, a 4th grader, when she belted out Tomorrow, and you don't get to sing it tonight, but when she belted out Tomorrow, the audience responded as you would expect an audience to respond. It was a magical moment. Was it the little girl that played Sandy, the dog? Well, I think that was a 2nd grader. Anyhow, a 1st grader. To see these kids conduct themselves on a stage in front of a packed auditorium, because let's see, I think they were 4th and 5th graders in the auditorium, maybe, seemed like. To see these kids conduct themselves on a stage with a packed audience, and to remember their lines, to remember their blocking, to do all that, very impressive. And then Mr. Moskowitz asked if I wanted to join him in going backstage after the show and talking to the kids. And from sitting in the audience and watching the kids, you kind of forget they're just kids because they're doing such a great job. And then when you go on stage and you see how little they are up close, they're so little, and they're so sweet and personable, and what they're getting out of this is so wonderful. And Dr. Jen Prager, who has her Exalt program, is very inclusive. So gen ed students, special ed students, I counted about 50 that were in the cast and crew. And there are opportunities not just to perform and sing, but also being a part of the stage crew. And also, as audience members, those 4th and 5th graders had a little history lesson, because they were given some context before that show started. Context like, this happened, this story takes place in the 1930s. This is during the Great Depression. This is what was going on in the country.
Hard Knock Live.
It's a hard knock. Yes, you don't get to sing that either. But for the kids to have that confidence builder, and the kids in the audience to maybe for some of those kids in the audience, they saw something that would spark what they'd like to do. Maybe they're going to pursue that, or it'll change them in some way. So the arts, so incredibly important. And then as an announcement, I just wanted to say, because we did talk about PTA earlier, there's Long Beach Council PTA, which is the umbrella group for all the individual unit PTAs. And this year, there is an effort to raise money for our homeless seniors. So there are 40 students who have been identified across the district as being homeless, and the goal is to raise $10,000 so that we can provide a yearbook for all of our seniors, send our seniors to prom and grad night. We don't want anybody to miss out because they're, because of their situation right now. And so checks can be made payable to the Bethune Homeless Education Program. There's a tax ID number, there's an address. Can we get this information on the website? Or is it on the website? But can we get it on the website? We can get it on the website. So I'm hoping everybody feels like maybe contributing a little so that we can send our kids to prom. And it's if you're a parent and you've had older kids, you know that senior year is so expensive, and our kids have already had to miss out, obviously, because of our COVID pause and all that. So I would hate for them to miss out on these important milestones. Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Craighead. A few things I'd like to highlight that are upcoming dates for community member participation, and just a couple of other highlights. So on May 18th from 4:30 to 5:30 at Washington Middle School, there's a community meeting for those interested in hearing about and participating in a discussion around the campus renovation, future work to come. So just want to encourage community to get involved, including students who may want to participate in that dialogue. And then Saturday, May 20th, is a busy Saturday. Dr. Brown will be with a team of Californians for Justice, and just want to highlight them because they have been such a good partner to us in this work. So they will have the high school teams along with staff, administrators, and students who have participated in this year's Equity Network holding their concluding institute. They welcome visitors between 10 and 2. And then at Lakewood High School on Saturday, the Pacific Islander Education Voyage Parent Group is holding Pacifica, a student celebration and career fair. They also welcome visitors between 10 and 2 on Lakewood High School campus. And then our first Black Student Achievement graduation ceremony that will include a Grammy Award-winning musical artist who's also written a book. And the books will be signed and distributed to all of the students who attend. And so just if you have not registered for that event, we welcome additional participants at Jordan High School on the evening of May 31st. Also want to acknowledge in the consent calendar tonight was the approval of 2023-24 schedule of Board of Education meetings and workshops, a slightly different approach. So just call attention to that. For members who like to plan ahead for board meetings. A reminder that admin assignments, both promotions that were approved by the Board of Education and other assignments, are under news on our website. And want to celebrate our classified employees. We will be with them on Friday for the big district celebration, but just an incredible shout out for the work that they do each and every day. We could not do it without all of our classified employees. And then lastly, the prom season has begun, so Dr. Camarino reports Lakewood and Milliken have held their proms. Cabrillo is this weekend. And then just an acknowledgement of the thematic high schools that come together across their campuses for a collaborative prom that started, I think last year was the first year that they did this. 2 years, okay. Really wonderful to see students from all of the thematic high schools come together to hold their big event as a collaborative opportunity. And that's my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just want to acknowledge the commitment and time that staff puts into board days. I know you've been here since the crack of dawn. Thank you. You're still with us. Anyhow, that concludes our meeting for tonight. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is June 7th, and so I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you. Good night, everybody.